Good afternoon, members. And when the House was suspended, we had just completed motion number 1. Prime Minister?
Mr. Speaker, whereas is provided under Section 63(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 15.0 on the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by an affirmative resolution of Parliament, borrow from a bank or other financial institution for the capital or current expenditure of government. And whereas it is further provided under Section 64 of the Act that money borrowed by the government must be paid into and form part of the consolidated fund. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to borrow an amount of $6 million, the loan from the African Export-Import Bank to finance the construction of social infrastructure and other facilities damaged or destroyed by Tropical Storm Brett under an education rehabilitation climate-linked facility. And whereas the loan is repayable in 7 years, commencing from the date of disbursement of the loan, inclusive of a grace period of 2 years. And whereas the loan is repayable in equal semi-annual installments on the 40th day of June and 41st day of December of each year after the grace period. And whereas interest is payable at the rate of 6% per annum, be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow the amount of $6 million from the African Export-Import Bank to finance the construction of social infrastructure and other facilities damaged or destroyed by Tropical Storm Brett under an education rehabilitation climate-linked facility. Be it further resolved that the loan is repayable in 7 years, commencing from the date of disbursement of the loan, inclusive of a grace period of 2 years. The loan is repayable in equal semi-annual installments on the 40th day of June and the 41st day of December of each year after the grace period. Interest is payable at a rate of 6% per annum. Mr. Speaker, this motion is not simply a finance motion or financing mechanism, Mr. Speaker. It's a ideological shift, Mr. Speaker, and it also is a shift from a small island maintaining its old friends and seeking new ones. Mr. Speaker, this loan is from the African Export-Import Bank, Afrinex Bank. And you may recall, Mr. Speaker, I came to this honorable house a few months ago and I asked the government, the honorable house, I asked the permission for me to sign on to membership of this bank, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, when I did that, I made a point that it was the beginning of a South-South dialogue, where, as I repeat, we maintain our old friends, but they look for new ones, Mr. Speaker. And St. Lucia is one of the first countries to sign this agreement because St. Lucia was aware that in our external affairs posture, we had to look to the south so we can get some increased support and help for our country, Mr. Speaker. And CARICOM signed on into agreement with the same bank for $1.5 billion for aid in loans and grants to the countries of CARICOM, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, very quietly, St. Lucia went about his business, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the officials of the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Speaker, the Director of Finance, and the staff of the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Speaker, for the expeditious manner in which they worked on this facility, Mr. Speaker. So today, St. Lucia, if not the first, is one of the first countries, if not the first, but is one of the first countries, Mr. Speaker, to benefit from a loan from our brothers in Africa, Mr. Speaker. And we make no bones we're not afraid to say, Mr. Speaker, is from our brothers in Africa, Mr. Speaker. Because this is part of our heritage. It's part of our history, Mr. Speaker. And as we try to deny it, and try to circumvent it, and try to do all kinds of things, Mr. Speaker, our heritage, our history of all the peoples of the region started, and part of that history, Mr. Speaker, comes from Africa. And Africa has some of the world's fastest developing countries, Mr. Speaker. Only what you hear about Africa from some sections of the press, Mr. Speaker, is bad news. That's all you hear is bad news. All you hear is news of wars, etc. Africa has its problems, Mr. Speaker, but there are many good things happening in Africa. And the African Export-Import Bank, Mr. Speaker, is one of the good things that happen in Africa, Mr. Speaker. And we are going to be increasing our work with the bank, Mr. Speaker, because the bank has a payment system that we are trying to see if we can get the officials of the Ministry of Finance are working on it, so you can use that payment system, Mr. Speaker, to help us with some of the issues we have in international payments, Mr. Speaker. Some time ago, we came to this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, and we asked for us to be able to do some repairs for Hurricane Brett, Mr. Speaker. And you may have heard that some time ago, the opposition was blaming me for the hot weather. They blamed me for the heat. They blamed the Labour Party for the heat, Mr. Speaker. But we know that climate change is a real situation. Climate change is real, Mr. Speaker. And after Hurricane Brett, it was never a hurricane, it was a storm. Fortunately, it did not become a hurricane. It was a storm, Mr. Speaker. There was damage to some of our schools, and we had to come here to go into the contingency fund to borrow $2 million, Mr. Speaker, to borrow $2 million, or to use $2 million from the contingency fund, because we wanted to follow the Public Finance Management Act. We never quoted clauses that did not exist in the Public Finance Management Act. The Public Finance Management Act is clear as to how you deal with the contingency fund. It's very clear. So we came to Parliament, and we may have to come to Parliament again for a supplementary budget to deal with some of the issues that, some of the expansion, some of the issues in the economy that we do not cater for. Some things that we not cater for, some things we have to do. We may have to do something in the youth economy, etc. We'll come back. We will have the maturity and the honesty to come back in this honorable house and say that we may need a supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to make any excuses. We're not going to look for any clauses that didn't exist in the Public Finance Management Act. We're not going to do that, Mr. Speaker. So this loan of $6 million is for rehabilitation of school infrastructure and other facilities damaged or destroyed after tropical storm Brett, Mr. Speaker. And it's under an education rehabilitation climate-linked facility from the African Export Bank, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after the storm and from the stock taken by the Ministry of Education, 21 schools were damaged. 21 schools were damaged, Mr. Speaker. The damage included minor things like damage to the roof coverings, but some are major, Mr. Speaker. Roof frame collapse, ceiling damage, water penetration, broken windows, and disruption electricity supplies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the school plant in St. Lucia, a lot of it is old, and a lot of it needs repair and maintenance, Mr. Speaker. And we admit that. We admit it, Mr. Speaker. A lot of it maintains. But fact is, Mr. Speaker, for the money that is allocated to school plant repairs, we try to ensure that we get value for money, Mr. Speaker. And if you have to compare, Mr. Speaker, what is happening to school repairs with the money that we spend, and compare it to whether value for money was received, Mr. Speaker, in money that is spent before, the jury is still out. And that is why we moved, when we were in government, we tried to get synergies, and we tried to get benefits from moving school repairs from the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Infrastructure, where the core competency of the Ministry of Infrastructure is in repairs, is in infrastructure, is in buildings. So remove the unit from the Ministry of Education and allow the Ministry of Education to deal in its core competencies. That's education. So we took the burden of school repairs from them and we moved it to the Ministry of Infrastructure, where there were all the experts, all the engineers, all the business specialists, Mr. Speaker. But again, Mr. Speaker, for reasons best known to the powers that be at the time, or probably it might be a way to rebalance the cabinet, to rebalance the powers in the cabinet, Mr. Speaker, because you know, some of these cabinets, there is a lot of power play and power balancing. The repairs were taken away from the Ministry of Infrastructure and replaced back in the Ministry of Education. And it was said that $10 million was spent in the Ministry of Education that year to repair schools, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, there is a myth that is being said, that we said that we only spent $1,000 in school repair, $1 million in school repairs. Mr. Speaker, you know, these things are repeated. The $1 million that they speak about is basically cash that is, I think there's $10,000 that we gave to each principal to pay for liquor things, to buy a lock, to buy little things, $10,000 which each principal accounted for. But to tell the public that we spent $1 million in school repairs is not true. The estimates are there, the estimates are clear to show what we spent. But you know, they perpetuate these lies. $1 million in school repairs. That $1 million, each principal was given, I think, $10,000 or something for liquor expenses. So we always spent more than $1 million in school repairs. We always spend $1 million in school repairs. But what we're doing now, Mr. Speaker, is that we are dedicating $6 million for school repairs, US dollars for school repairs. $6 million, Mr. Speaker, for school repairs. $6 million US dollars, Mr. Speaker. And these schools, Mr. Speaker, 16 schools, 16 out of the 21 schools that were damaged are going to be repaired. 16 of the schools, Mr. Speaker. And again, Mr. Speaker, we do not build schools or we do not repair schools according to constituency. And the Minister of Education will be clear about it, Mr. Speaker. There are schools, I'll give an example. The Enchipo Secondary School, Mr. Speaker. Some of my colleagues went to the Enchipo School, Mr. Speaker. There is a block in that school that is basically a hazard. But you know why, Mr. Speaker? Because it's perceived that if you repair the Enchipo school, when they don't even think these things out. St. Lucia has no zoning. So that doesn't mean that children who go to that school are from Castries East. They are from all over the country. Because St. Lucia has no zoning. If St. Lucia has zoning, the only school that is zoned is the Bishop Garcia School, Mr. Speaker. And I want to announce today, I am building a brand new kitchen in the Bishop Garcia School. A brand new kitchen. I don't want your applause. Hold it for yourself. I am building a brand new kitchen, Mr. Speaker. A brand new kitchen in the Bishop. That's a school that impacts my constituency. But the Enchipo school, people are from all over the country, they refuse to fix it. And when they go in, and when they were doing their house to house, Pierre fixing the Enchipo school, Pierre fixing the Enchipo school. Refuse to do it. But thankfully, we are going to begin repairs on the Enchipo school because of that facility, Mr. Speaker. And again, the Enchipo school is going to benefit people island-wide. So, Mr. Speaker, we are going to repair 16 out of the 21 schools, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want you to note that the interest rate on that loan is 6%, And Mr. Speaker, that is, and if you listened to me in my budget presentation, I made the point of the rising interest rates globally. You understand? Some of us here will want to pretend that the interest rates only rise for St. Lucia because the Labour Party government. Interest rates are rising globally, Mr. Speaker. And if you look at the estimates, and if you look at my budget speech, I made the point that the allocation for interest rates has to increase. I can't remember the exact figures because of the increase in global interest rates, Mr. Speaker. So this loan, Mr. Speaker, the interest rate is at 6% over 7 years for a 2-year grace period. But what's important is that that loan was negotiated in less than 3 months, Mr. Speaker, because of the skill, because of the transparency, and because the accountability of the staff of the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Speaker. In less than 3 months, that loan was negotiated. My officials at Ministry of Finance went up there because they did not go up there with a minister telling them to say this, say that, give this one the contract, make sure that one they get the contract, make sure you look for that consultant, make sure that never happened. We don't get involved in that business. And the time will come when I'm going to speak about consultancy fees. Because there's been a myth on this about consultancy fees, Mr. Speaker. But you know, these things are going to be dealt with, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. Do you know that in the World Bank projects there is a particular line for consultancy fees? But the World Bank has said that these consultancy fees, the consultants have to be tendered. The consultants have to be tendered, and the consultants are chosen by a tendering process. Do you know? The World Bank says that if you do not want these fees tendered, you must pay it from your own money. Pay for your money, do what you want. Your money, do what you want with it. Just like the QAT roads. You build the road, so you must tender it. The government said that they will pay the consultancy cost fees themselves just to choose their own consultants. And I will not tell you because it's not my style. I do not come in here and mention private citizens' name. I don't do it. I don't deal with politicians. No one can ever accuse me in my public life of ever mentioning any private citizen's name on any platform. I don't get involved in that. You never hear me attack PS or public servants or police. You never hear me say that the Commissioner of Police was not good. She's not fit to say that. We don't get involved in that. You'll never hear me say that. And I want you to fact check me. I've never called a public servant's name in my political career. I don't get involved in that. I deal with politicians. Politicians. That's what I deal with. And politicians can deal with me. You understand? So they wanted, what they said is that they remove consultancy from the tendering process and they choose the consultants themselves instead of allowing you to tender to give somebody else a fair chance. And talk about consultancy fees, compare health and security levy with consultancy fees. That's where you go in. But the record will show what consultants were paid, how much they were paid, and who choose the consultants, Mr. Speaker. But that's for another show. That's for another show. That's for another show. Because all these things you have banding around, Mr. Speaker. All these things you have banding around, Mr. Speaker. These things will come to light. They'll come to light. So, Mr. Speaker, the loan, as I said, is at 6%. But what's important, Mr. Speaker, is the $6 million loan will trigger off the possibility of grant funding of $2 million US from the Global Partnership for Education, GPE, which would otherwise have not accessed if we didn't get that loan, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the grant, if we get a grant of US $2 $2 million, Mr. Speaker. The grant will increase the facility, Mr. Speaker. So we hope increase the facility to $8 million, Mr. Speaker. So we hope that we can get that grant, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the $12 million will also increase the country's debt portfolio, but we believe that once we are borrowing to improve the quality of life of the people, that borrowing is necessary. We will always borrow when we have to improve the quality of life of the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. So this $6 million for the rehabilitation of schools, Mr. Speaker, is a worthwhile project. It's worthwhile because our children will get educated in better surroundings, Mr. Speaker. I'm talking about education, Mr. Speaker. The cabinet working with, and the Minister of Education will expand. The cabinet, Mr. Speaker, we have taken a position that there should be one university graduate or one higher education trained person in every household, Mr. Speaker. And the cabinet, with the help of the Caribbean Development Bank, we've just approved a $3 million facility, Mr. Speaker, to be used as a guarantee for people who don't have the income or who can't afford to send their children for higher education. So they do not have the assets, they don't have the security to send their children for higher education. Because we do not believe that poverty should stop you from being educated. We don't think that because you can't afford to go to school abroad, Mr. Speaker, because you can't afford to go to school abroad, that you should not be educated. So if that facility of $3 million is going, and the minister will expand, will be used to help people who cannot afford, who don't have the security, who don't have the name to be able to go to school abroad. It will help them to go to school to get educated, Mr. Speaker. So very soon we'll be coming to this honorable house, to ask the honorable house to support the government in this $3 million facility, Mr. Speaker. That is what you call doing things for the less fortunate people. Educating them, exposing them to higher education, Mr. Speaker. That's what it is. And this week, I think Thursday, the minister will expand. We are going to be launching the digital content for our education system, Mr. Speaker, prepared by local people, right, Minister? Local people, Mr. Speaker. Nobody from local people, and we're going to be using that content for our students in schools in this country. And I'm very proud of the Ministry of Education and the Minister of Education for that work going forward. So, Mr. Speaker, our record on education is clear. You can see what we've done. You can trace our progress as far as education is concerned. That is what we're doing for poor people. That's what we're doing for them. That's what we're doing for them. We're helping them. Because each one of us, Mr. Speaker, we benefited from higher education. We benefited. And we want our children to do better than us. And we want the children of all people in the country to be exposed to higher education, Mr. Speaker. So this is what the government is doing. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask members to support this motion, this resolution, and I look forward to, I think, Minister of Education work is happening on the Viewfort School. It's finished. We know, Mr. Speaker, we went to the member for Viewfort South is very concerned about the school. We're doing some work in there. 90% complete, Mr. Speaker. We hope to be completed before the end of the year. And the other schools, I think there's a school in Montrouge that is Choiseul, right? Right. A school in Choiseul that we're going to be repairing, a school in Choiseul, in Montrouge, Mr. Speaker, and several other schools in the country. So I urge members to support this resolution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to borrow an amount of US $6 million, the loan, from the African Export-Import Bank to finance the construction of social infrastructure and other facilities damaged or destroyed by Tropical Storm Brett under an education rehabilitation climate-linked facility. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 7 years, commencing from the date of disbursement of the loan, inclusive of a grace period of 2 years. B, the loan is repayable in equal semi-annual installments on the 30th day of June and the 31st day of December of each year after the grace period. And C, interest is payable at a rate of 6% per annum. The member for Castries Southeast.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion for the borrowing of $6 million from the African Export-Import Bank. But before presenting a brief acknowledgement and support to this borrowing, allow me just 1 minute to set the background to this very important borrowing. Mr. Speaker, I speak of yesterday's observance of World Children's Day. And today I want to state publicly that I join the rest of Caribbean St. Lucians, both here and abroad, in promoting the best care for our children, and will continue to do so through the work of my ministry and the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, we are not where we ought to be as it relates to the social development of our children, but we must continue to promote the best practices to ensure that care and development of our children is paramount on the agenda. Mr. Speaker, we must unlearn some of the old stuff and learn new ways to move forward. To parents, Mr. Speaker, let us learn to love our children unconditionally and to find loving ways of correcting and nurturing them when they do wrong, as opposed to some of the methods that seem more abusive than corrective. But Mr. Speaker, I cannot help but also for us to reflect on the atrocities that are taking place in the world today, particularly in Palestine, Israel, where children and babies are victims of useless wars and killings. The purest of human beings are being hurt in every unimaginable way, being killed, some being snatched from their parents, buried under rubble alive until they take their final breath. Mr. Speaker, the people who are responsible are not uneducated persons by world standard. On the contrary, they are probably those who attended the best universities and are clothed with all worldly certificates and accolades. That is why I have come to some personal conclusion that as it relates to the current work of my ministry, I have said to all professionals that it does not matter how many PhDs, masters, and degrees an employee is decked with. If you do not care about the people of St. Lucia, your effort will not be impactful. So to all of our St. Lucian children, I say, you are beautiful. You have purpose. You have a right to be cared for and nurtured. Mr. Speaker, the book of wisdom says children are a heritage of the Lord. Our children are gifts. And speaking of gifts, Mr. Speaker, Proverbs 3:9 says to honor the Lord with thy substance and with thy first fruits of all thine increase. And in recognition of World Children's Day, I thank God for my first fruit, my first grandchild, my beloved grandson, Benoit Josima Makim Henry Hyacinth. Today, Mr. Speaker, is his 24th day since he's here. He came with a stamp with a birthmark that is shaped like a heart. Children are truly a loving and lovely gift from God. And Mr. Speaker, to the substantive, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to state this. and for the substantive borrowing, Mr. Speaker, to impact the lives of our children in St. Lucia through the institutions we call schools. Mr. Speaker, it's very innovative that the Prime Minister did not just borrow, but he borrowed to establish a very important foundation. And that foundation is really connecting us to the place where it all started. Mr. Speaker, I've always reflected as I spend time in this house of representing the people of Castries South and in politics. I have come to this conclusion that if you do not know your history, you would not know your friends. If you do not know your history, you do not know your enemies. And even if it was 10%, Mr. Prime Minister, and I know you are so careful about how you do financial business, connecting us to the African banks is a positive direction for the development of people in this part of the world. Mr. Speaker, our schools exponentially have reached an age where they are deteriorating. I can tell you that the Bexor Infant School, many years ago, it was asked that this school should be discontinued under the Basic Education Reform Project, because in the Bexor Valley there was a massive flood and evidence showed that this ground floor of this building is certainly not safe for children. Today, not only that the ground floor is unsafe, but the building is leaking. And children and the teachers are doing all they can to maintain an outfit. But during the week, Mr. Speaker, I visited that school with 100+ children to celebrate Mathematics Day. And Mr. Speaker, I had a glimpse of what our future would be like. And I had to conclude that we are in safe hands as it relates to our children, notwithstanding some of the problems we have today. Mr. Speaker, that is why I support, and the Minister of Education, the Honorable Member for Denry North, has demonstrated in recent times his passion, very strategic in terms of how we use the limited resources to advance the work of the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, again, I cannot help but to remember the statement made by the former Prime Minister, because, Mr. Speaker, it's important for me, and there comes a time when we need to go to our people and to vaccinate them mental, what they have received from certain persons who are influential. Our people must understand that we care. Our people must understand that we love them. Our young men in our society no longer believe in government. The people believe that politicians do not tell them the truth. There's a condition of apathy that they would say, Gwen se buksala ka pale, se buksala pa pale la verite. But I ask to what extent that leaders in politics contribute to this. So when the statement was made with such grandeur and as if it was so right to tell parents, to tell the teacher, the principal of the school, it is the former Prime Minister who said it's on record. Tell the parents to come and fix the toilet or else close the school. The former Prime Minister of Mikud South, thank you. The former Prime Minister of Mikud South, tell the school principal to tell the parents to come here to fix the toilets or else close the school. Mr. Speaker, I've listened and I've internalized that statement. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, that the parents that he has to call are the one paying taxes for him to get a salary? Do you know that the parents that he has to call are the ones who paid the first set of funds in place to fix the school the first time? They are taxpayers. It is not his money out of his pocket that the school was fixed. And I know the same parents at their home, if the children had damaged something at their home, they would find resources to fix it and to continue to love the children. Mr. Speaker, there are some men, not all, because they no longer have a relationship with the mother, They punish the children. They would no longer care for the children. And I ask myself, when the Prime Minister called for war upon this country, I've heard him. The former Prime Minister from member for Mikud South. He said, get angry. There must be war. There must be no peace. I ask why. But it reminds me that when a father is no longer able to have a desired relationship with a spouse, he decides to turn on the children. He turned on the children. And I ask myself, is it the same thing happening? That because you're no longer in power, or you no longer have the power over Mother Helen, you are now calling for war on the children? Is this what's happening? That if I cannot have her, then the children should perish? Is that what is being called upon? And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we vaccinate the minds of our children against such thinking, because we one day may not always be in power, but we must not ever give up on the well-being of St. Lucians. And I recall one of the most moving times, emotional times in opposition, and I hope the Prime Minister forgive me if I said it, because it was the same member who was then Prime Minister, when a foreign dignitary came to St. Lucia and last moment invited the leader of opposition into a meeting. Yes, it was when the leader of opposition then, the current Prime Minister, was invited to a meeting because there was a dignitary in St. Lucia, and we went to Sandals to a location. And the Prime Minister said, all of us must go. And we went, yes, to Sandals Latok. Yes, or not you were not there. You were not there. And when we gathered there, even while some of the members were saying, why should we go? The then Prime Minister said, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, Honorable the member for Castries East, said, we are going. We are going. The then leader of opposition. He said, we are going. And when he got there, they did something again that was strange. They asked the leader of opposition who invited, they asked him to make a speech. And the Prime Minister, our Prime Minister then said, why are you doing this? You invited me, you never said I must speak, but now you're asking me to speak. This Prime Minister, embodied in the same personality he has today, has always been that way. He said, okay, I will speak. He went up. He said many things, but he made a statement that caused every member of the government side to stand up and start to applaud him. He said, our politics is only local. And every one of the members on the other side start to applaud him, because there was a level of comfort that there was somebody from overseas, a dignitary, and we all look like one. He did not embarrass, he didn't embarrass anybody. That will not happen now. When an invitation is extended, it will not happen now. And I make this point, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, yes. Yes, I remember that. I make this point, Mr. Speaker, that this Prime Minister, this side of the government, we are not supporting St. Lucians because we are on this side. We have supported when we were in opposition. Our method of opposing was always to do with the benefit of St. Lucians. When we spoke against issues, it had to do with the well-being of St. Lucians. When we saw that over 1,000 acres of land, and let me tell you, St. Lucians, of course, would not know acreage. And I always reflect, because some things do not make sense to the average person in St. Lucia, because we are not learned in this thing. And if I wasn't a surveyor, I would not know what 1 acre is. You understand? But 1 acre is 43,560 square foot. 1,000 of that was given at $1 an acre when the average price of land to the ordinary St. Lucian is about $10 to $15 a square foot. Not in Brazil, you have to pay, under the pitons, you have to pay almost 100 US. You understand? Where's that? Bananas. I don't know, you know. You understand? But I'm telling you that this is the average price for land by a St. Lucian. But somebody was offering land at a ridiculous low price. Not even the church after slavery got from the crown at that price. You understand? But then when we oppose such a thing, it seemed as if there was a problem. No! We were protecting the heritage of St. Lucians. You understand? I am new in this politics. I find it strange that the former Prime Minister from Mikud South is engaging me. We could have a debate some other place, not here today. You understand? But I will tell you, this is what makes a difference. This is what makes a difference. And do not even speak about land. You shouldn't be speaking about land. You know, and this is the thing about it, Mr. Speaker. In St. Lucia, I have lived my life here. I have lived my life. And I've seen people come in St. Lucia and pretend that they know everything. And sometimes our people will listen to people who come to St. Lucia and pretend that they know everything. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, if this member who pretends that he's all knowledgeable about everything did not have the accent that he has, he would not stand a day in this house. I know St. Lucians. But of course, when we could speak smoothly, when we could speak with a sound on our lips, we can fool a lot of people. That I know to be true, not just today. And I'll say it because I believe it. So you know nothing about land. I know about land because I contributed to the new land registry. When I was 21 years old, I contributed to it. I surveyed land. I work at the land registry. I'm a quantity surveyor. I have a first degree and a master's in quantity surveying. You do not know nothing about the things you talk about. You understand? You want to ask that? You must dissect. You must dissect the portion of land. Well, I would not explain it to you. I'll continue with my presentation. Here is not at Sir Arthur Lewis. Come up. I was doing cost estimating at Sir Arthur Lewis. If you register, I will do a course with you. But I'm telling you, for the purpose of this debate, you must not go along pretending because you have an accent that you can fool all St. Lucians. But I'm telling you, Bradley, sorry about that. Yeah. Thank you very much. That's when I feel most comfortable. I am saying, Mr. Speaker, I have heard enough. I have heard of land values. I've heard the former Prime Minister opined on procurement approaches. I have heard his statement on so many things. I am saying...
Member for Castries Southeast, perhaps I can guide you a little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There are 3 former Prime Ministers in here, and you keep referencing former Prime Ministers. I would suggest you keep to the constituency.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the member from Mikud South. The member from Mikud South. The member from Mikud South. But Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this, that in this part of the world, we have always been vulnerable. We have been vulnerable. There have been lawyers who've come in here and have operated as lawyers and they have no certification in it. Of course that has happened. There was one somebody we had they call guilty or Gilvy. He wasn't a lawyer. In St. Lucia, we have had engineers who have worked years in government. And they were not engineers. They had to disappear. We are vulnerable to fakes coming in this country and take advantage of the people. And if you're not careful, there are some St. Lucians who believe that if you are good steel bender that you could do dental braces. St. Lucians are vulnerable. So yes, you could have somebody come here and pretend to be the brilliant Prime Minister, and you're not that brilliant. And I can say that. And many politicians will rise in these chambers and of course will convince some people. But I dare tell you that the light will shine enough because we have able people to speak. And when the light shines, that cover will be uncovered and the nakedness of truth will be seen and people will walk in the light. That's what it's about. So I cannot, and the time is approaching and it's coming near where truth must be seen as truth. You understand? And we must liberate our people from this entanglement of politics. You understand? I'm sad that you are leaving because I need to speak more. You understand? This thing about coming and pretending and saying things, my brother, honestly, sometimes it hurts me. I listen and I just switch off. I do not want to pay attention to this thing because after emancipation, after slavery, we ought not to be listening to some of the things, the treatment of our people, as if it were able to bring the same slave ship here, we would pack more people on it like happened before. That is how we behave. We should enlighten our people, irrespective whether it hurts us or not, because we will continue to move our people forward. It is that will set a good path for governance, not lies. To say remove the levy, and you had plans to put it. And you know that. Come on. But you know you had plans to put the levy. Why are you hiding from that? Because you want power? When a man who wants a woman lies to get her, the relationship will not last. It will not last. And if you want Mother Helen and you're going to deceive her, if you're going to deceive Mother Helen just to have that power relationship with her, I dare say to you, that is why you will walk out very soon. That's the nature of the relationship with the people of St. Lucia. Our people in St. Lucia, they have gone through quite a bit. Following slavery, hard knocks. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, sometimes within my bosom, I take it and ask myself, when will true liberation come to these people? When will we actually walk in light? But oh yes, when you drink the cup of power, you no longer can resist. You no longer can resist having it again. And therefore you'll do anything to have it again. That is the temptation one must resist if you want true development of our people. So I say, Mr. Speaker, as I've supported our Prime Minister, and I've supported any minister of government, and on record, Mr. Speaker, it's only about 10-15 years since I'm in politics. But I have far more time in the business of governance. And I've been exposed to many prime ministers in government and many ministers. From John Compton all the way, I've met personalities. But I cannot recall ever hearing misinformation like I've heard in recent times to deliberately mislead people. I've never heard that before. Old enough to remember. So, Mr. Speaker, anyone who deserves of a seat of power to lead the people must demonstrate that by true caring and speaking truth to the people, whether you're in power or you're out of power. If you cannot do so and you are doing misinformation, then if you do misinformation, you cannot govern with misinformation. And if you cannot govern with misinformation, then you cannot govern. And that is why the past term in office was so miserable. Difficult. You do not believe in investing in poor people. You do not believe in investing in poor people because on your own words you said that not to invest in safety nets, grow the economy first. That's your philosophy. We must grow the economy, and when we have resources, then we'll take care of the poor. As if you can postpone the cries of ordinary St. Lucians. As if you could postpone and tell them, hold on, they're dead, you cannot help them to bury them. As if you could postpone and tell them, I'm not able to send your children to school, wait till I build more hotels and grow the economy. That philosophy is a philosophy not even in the US, the mother of all capitalist country that is being practiced, because they have some of the biggest safety net programs you could imagine. And when you came in, you saw that, hey, that there were zero-rated food items. While you had reduced VAT by 2.5%, you were tempted to add VAT on the zero-rated items to get the money, but you couldn't, because it would have been political suicide. So you made the case in Parliament, and I listened attentively, that we should.
Member for Miku South.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to give the member all the time he needs to go against my character. But again, he's presuming things on my behalf, and I'm sitting right here, and I'm just want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, he's misleading the House.
But how is it misleading the House if he is of the belief you were tempted to do that?
Well, I thought, Mr. Speaker, that members on the opposite side that are in government are going to speak to factual things that they can provide evidence to. But to want to speak about my mind and what I was thinking and why I was doing things is beyond me, Mr. Speaker. And his characterization of what our policies were are completely wrong.
I'm trying to understand your point of order. A member says it is his belief that you were tempted to do something, but that it would have been political suicide. How does that rise to a point of order?
Because, Mr. Speaker, we're in a House in which he is in government, and if he has proof of any document that says that that's what we were going to do, I'm happy for that. But he cannot presume that to be, and particularly when I know that that is completely wrong and false. There was nothing.
Well, you can say what he said is wrong, but
I've said that.
I don't know how that rises to a point of order.
Because he's misleading the House. He's giving the impression to the House.
He is giving his view of your tenure, and he's misleading the House.
But, Mr. Speaker, are we here to debate that? He is a member of government. So if in fact he wants to discuss my tenure in government, then bring factual information. He is in cabinet. He has access to all the documentation. So if he's going to make those kinds of allegations against me, I would expect that he provides the proof. But what he thinks and how he interprets it without any facts, I don't know if that's the case.
Member,
I might as well leave the House, because we're here for something else.
Member, I would rule against that. I don't see the point of order. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking you again, are you saying to me that I have to sit here and obtain a character assassination of no proof just based on what the member thinks? So am I allowed to do the same thing now? Am I allowed to think about how lousy I think the government is and and what policies I think that they're putting in without providing you with facts?
But you do that all the time.
Mr. Speaker, I find you grossly out of place, because that's not your place to do that.
No, I am the one person who has to listen to everybody.
Correct.
And I hear you all the time.
Opine and provide leadership in this House on the issues. But in order for you to now take a side on opinion as to how a person is interpreting my characterization, and you feel there's nothing wrong
I'm not taking a side. I'm saying...
And you contribute to it by saying that there's nothing wrong with what he's saying? Come on, Mr.
I'm saying he's given an opinion
We're all here as
to
equals.
which he's entitled to.
We're all here as equals. You do not have the right to opine on my character. I'm sorry.
Mr.
And I'm asking
Member,
you to please withdraw that
Member
statement.
for Miku South, hold on, Member for Castries South. Take your seat.
No, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking you to withdraw
this
the
morning,
statement
member.
where you gave an opinion on my character.
Member,
That's
Prime
what I have to
Minister,
come to
hold
this
on.
House for.
Member,
Speaker of the House, that's
please
not
do
the
not
word, Mr.
speak
Speaker.
when I'm speaking.
That's not the point, Mr. Speaker.
Do not speak when I'm speaking. This morning, the member for Castries South stood on a point of order that you made a point it was your view that a young St. Lucian did not receive his job on merit. I did not stop you. I told a member of Castries South that that you did not cross the line as yet.
But Mr. Speaker,
But why is it that you think now I am not entitled to say that the member is entitled to his view? Please take your seat, member.
No, Mr. Speaker, because that's apples and oranges.
Please take your seat, member.
Member
for Castries
The member is
South,
casting aspersions without any facts, and they're being substantiated by you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if this is causing so much
I'm asking you
injurious,
to withdraw that statement of characterizing a member of this House.
I withdraw if this is causing so much injury. Let me proceed.
Injury? Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castries South, please proceed.
Mr.
Okay,
Speaker,
thank you very much.
I'm not going to sit down, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to sit down, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking for the statements to be withdrawn. I have no difficulties if a member wants to assert any character assassination on my part and provide the evidence. But to come to the
Mr.
House...
Speaker, I have withdrawn. Mr. Speaker, I have withdrawn. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, let me continue. Let me continue, Mr. Speaker. And recently, Mr. Speaker, the member from Mekut South made a statement when he spoke to the fact that the levy should be removed. And the member from Mekut South said in the mark that there should be another way. There should be another way. And Mr. Speaker, he said instead of the levy, remove the 2.5 levy because there's another way. And in his statement, he said that they can reduce expenditure. It was not clear. Now, Mr. Speaker, I can forgive anyone when they're rushing into the media and making a point and they did not complete a statement. But when you say to withdraw the 2.5%, that is complete and understood. But when it's time to say what you would put in exchange, you muffle it out. You cannot give it. And you thank God that the interview. Anything I say, sir, Mr. Speaker, you can go on record and you can listen to it because I pay attention to what you say. And I have said, here's again the former Prime Minister suggesting to St. Lucian public misinformation. We must demonstrate. We must get the 2.5% out. Nouribu fâché, get vet, war, burn houses, you know, and a host of things like that. Not you said it. Not you said it. All of this was said, and there's a fervor of destruction to come upon St. Lucia. You understand? Burn St. Jude, somebody had to withdraw a statement about houses and say, look here, we must do whatever it takes. We must do and create human barriers. We must have martyrs and sacrifice ourselves because 2.5% levy. But what is it we must replace it with? That was not given. So you ask people to sacrifice themselves for something that they must move, but you will not tell them what exactly you will put. Maybe the same thing, maybe something worse, or something lower or lower levy, and that was not even said in the media. Or you would have, yeah. But you also said when you was talking about VAT in your campaign, you said, we will remove it. And during your reign, you said before the end of your term, you will move it. Completely. You understand? You understand? You said that. But what happened, Mr. Speaker? What happened, Mr. Speaker? What happened, Mr. Speaker? I'm just highlighting the construct of deception. Deception. You understand? Deception. St. Lucians must not fall trap to politicians who are not clear on what they want to do. You know? Yeah, I'm trying to complete my statement. I withdraw my statement, but the member will not allow me to speak in silence or listen, you know? But I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, deception, misinformation is how I characterize this Atlantic slave trade. We had to be deceived, our ancestors, to be in the situation we found ourselves. We cannot, after so many years of slavery, to still have within our politics, I couldn't be bothered to use slavery as a means, to use misinformation as a means of gaining power. No, I never said slavery, I corrected myself. Misinformation was used for the Atlantic slave trade. And it was used to displace population. Lying to people, telling people it's something better they're going to go to. and all sorts of stories, and there were persons who benefited when our ancestors came here. Today, we're using the same tactics to gain power. Misinformation because of somebody will benefit. I'm looking at you. Yes, I'm in power. And yeah. So what I'm saying, those persons who are out of power are setting up the population on a trajectory to destroy this country based on misinformation to gain power. And I feel sorry for the people of St. Lucia. I feel sorry for poor people. I feel sorry for the people who are participating in a campaign based on misinformation. Their children need to go to school and participate in social studies, and they will not be able to get answers right because of misinformation being spewed by your side. You're not enlightening the people. You're not telling them the truth. You understand? Oh yes, I am. Oh yes, I am. And I'm telling them, I'm telling the people to pay attention to what is factual. We passed VAT, you lowered VAT. You said you would remove it, you did not remove it. We passed the 2.5% levy, and like I said earlier on, Mr. Speaker, can you imagine that Laminar Hospital is being run annually at about $1.4 billion a year? Can you imagine that? But you're going to come and pretend when levy is raised to increase the basket of goods to us St. Lucians, you're making it seem like it is something else that's happening. So I will tell you something. You're asking question, you know more. You're a Matnik and I'm not. You know? No, you know more about Matnik than me. You were born there, I wasn't born there. You understand? Huh? Sure. No, my mother smuggled in a fishing boat for better. I'm not Matnikan. You are. Sure. So you should tell me about Matnik, not I tell you about Matnik. But I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. But you know about Matnik. But you're Matnikan, you're asking me about... But you're from Matnik, you're asking me about Matnik. But how you're Matnik and asking me about Matnik? Alors, monsieur, c'est pas comme ça. Yeah, you know, something like that. You know, that's what they will say. You know, in the vernacular of the Frenchman. Alors, monsieur, c'est pas comme ça. You know, I don't know about Matnik. You are the Matniker. You know about Matnik, I do not know. You understand? I know nothing about Matnik. I've been there a lot of time. You understand? And my mom, I think so. But you've spent more time there than me. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the borrowing. More importantly, it's from two angles. One, the use of the funds to retrofit our existing plant. And secondly, the relationship with the African Import-Export Bank. These are two pillars of credible, smart governance that will take us to a better future and liberating ourselves from what has happened to us in the past. Thank you very much.
Member for Dennery North.
I have a grandson now.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion to borrow $6 million from the African Export-Import Bank to finance the construction of social infrastructure and other facilities damaged or destroyed by Tropical Storm Brett under an education rehabilitation climate-linked facility. Mr. Speaker, before I delve into my presentation on the motion, I crave your indulgence and that of members of the House to express something I should have done earlier this morning, to express get well wishes to Denver Edgar, a former student of mine, a friend, a constituent of Grand Ravine, who was involved in a motor vehicular accident a few days ago. He sustained injury, Mr. Speaker. He is currently hospitalized, and we are hopeful that he will make a full recovery. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, with the consent of his family, the hospital has been in a position to apprise me daily on his progress. And as I said, I'm extremely confident that Denver will pull through and he will lead a very normal life in Grand Ravine and by extension the Mabuya Valley. So I wish him well. Mr. Speaker, this motion is yet another demonstration of our government's commitment to the education of the nation's children. For a very long time now, Mr. Speaker, principals, teachers, students, parents, and other stakeholders in the education system have been clamoring for better conditions as it relates to school infrastructure. And whereas governments have tried over the years through various programs, particularly those funded by the CDB, namely BUP, BIP, more recently EQUIP, which is the Education Quality Improvement Project, and Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there is a proposal being put together by the Ministry of Education in collaboration with the Department of Finance to submit to the CDB for funding to help us improve our education system. Mr. Speaker, the government of St. Lucia is seeking to, or has secured $6 million US, which translates roughly into 16 million EC to support the Ministry of Education, to support its infrastructure rehabilitation program. Over the past years, much of the annual budget for infrastructure works was directed to minor infrastructure repairs posing health and safety issues, including plumbing, minor electrical repairs, replacing termite-infested ceilings, cupboard, furniture, etc. Our budgets have not been able to facilitate major infrastructure rehabilitation. And with the average amount over the years of $5 million EC dollars, Mr. Speaker, given the number of schools we have in this country, it has proven over time to be insufficient to meet the demands as far as school rehabilitation is concerned. As an island frequently impacted by severe weather events, many of our schools continue to be impacted year after year. And in very recent times, Mr. Speaker, through the passage of Tropical Storm Brett, a number of schools were impacted, and we had to find monies overnight to begin the rehabilitation of the damaged buildings to give our children a safe environment within which to engage in learning exercises. This has been exacerbated, Mr. Speaker, by a number of other factors. We have sea blast, and we have the recent onset of Sargassum seaweed. The engineers and technical people are telling us that the presence of Sargassum in the bays, Mr. Speaker, that too is having an adverse impact on school infrastructure, particularly the electricals. Many of the wooden structures, Mr. Speaker, compounded by age and aforementioned factors, have been deemed irreparable and they need total reconstruction. Other peripheral school infrastructure such as walls and fences continue to be impacted and need attention, especially considering the growing concern of school safety and security. Mr. Speaker, the Philip JPL-led administration, or the member for Castries East, his administration has been listening, Mr. Speaker, and has been exploring sources of revenue/finance to support our schools. Thus, the US $6 million or EC 16.3 credit from the Afri-Exim Bank will go a long way in undertaking some of the major infrastructural reconstruction needed at our schools. Mr. Speaker, 16 schools have been detailed in the document that informed this particular loan agreement, Mr. Speaker. The upgrades will be undertaken using modern building codes and will utilize climate resilient and energy efficient technology. Mr. Speaker, we need a lot more than 16 million to get our schools to where we want them to be. But in the context of what I have said and the presentation made by the Prime Minister in his preamble, Mr. Speaker, this amount will go a very, very long way in ameliorating the conditions at some of the schools that I will mention in a short while. We have more than 100 schools in this country. I have visited, Mr. Speaker, all but 7 schools ever since I became the Minister of Education. And I can tell you every single one of the 100+ schools, including early childhood centers, needs some form of work, some form of repair. But Mr. Speaker, we have decided in the context of what is available to look at the more critical ones, Mr. Speaker, those where we cannot afford to continue for much longer before an intervention was made. And the schools that were selected, Mr. Speaker, were not selected because of where in the country they happen to be. But the plant and equipment unit within the Ministry of Education, they were very deliberate and very objective in singling out some of the schools that they believe have the worst conditions and are in need of most repair. Mr. Speaker, let me just mention a few of those schools. And I start with the Entripo Secondary School. The Entripo Secondary School, Mr. Speaker, was constructed in 1972, long before I was even born, Mr. Speaker. And the Entripo Secondary School was one of several junior secondary schools constructed in St. Lucia at the time. And from 1972 to today, Mr. Speaker, every one of the junior secondary schools as we knew them, Meacood, Denry Junior Secondary, Corinth, it used to be Viewfort Junior Secondary at one time, Entripo, etc., every single one has been upgraded, Mr. Speaker, to a full-fledged senior secondary school. And with that upgrade came significant investments in the infrastructure at those schools. And to date, Mr. Speaker, the Entripo Secondary School is the only secondary school where you still have remnants of the physical infrastructure that was first laid in 1972. So, Mr. Speaker, when I visit the Entripo Secondary School and I engage with Mr. Arthur Scott, the hard-working principal, and he continues, Mr. Speaker, to ask for interventions from the Ministry of Education, Mr. Speaker, I can understand precisely what his fears are and why we should have made an intervention at that particular school. Mr. Speaker, we will, at the Entripo Secondary School, be knocking down an existing block which poses a threat to students as well as staff, given that the building, Mr. Speaker, has outlived its usefulness, having been constructed in 1972 and still serves a school with a population of almost 500 children. Mr. Speaker, we will construct a 3-story structure housing 5 classrooms, administrative offices, cafeteria, F&N lab, electricity lab, staff room, art room, sick bays, etc. And the Prime Minister made the point earlier, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when he said that we can no longer in 2023 mix concrete, mix cement, and just put down a structure. You must subscribe to international building codes. And whatever investment we make in the school plant, it must, Mr. Speaker, align with the language of climate resilience. So, Mr. Speaker, I am extremely pleased to report here today to this Honorable House that the Entripo Secondary School will be rehabilitated to the tune of more than $5 million. And I will say again, Mr. Speaker, that the selection was influenced by the team at Plant and Equipment after having made their assessment of that particular school. Mr. Speaker, the Grand Riviere Secondary School in the constituency of Denry North is also down for rehabilitation. And this is one of several schools where timber structures are being replaced with concrete structures. The Grand Riviere Secondary School. And that school, Mr. Speaker, is one of the schools earmarked as part of our TVET transformation. I would have pronounced in this House previously and elsewhere that 4 of our traditional secondary schools will be repurposed to be TVET-specific institutions. There is a timber annex at the Grenadier Secondary School, which is termite infested. And every year, in addition to having to procure materials to undergo rehabilitation and things of that sort, Mr. Speaker, we have to be spending thousands of dollars in pest control to treat the termite infested parts of that particular structure. It is not climate resilient, and we believe it has outlived its usefulness at the Grenadier Secondary School, and so that particular annex will be knocked down and a new block will be constructed. This school is also down as part of TVET, as I said, Mr. Speaker, and it will lead our TVET program in the area of sustainable agriculture and culinary arts. Mr. Speaker, the Auger Combined School has also been identified as one of the schools in need of serious rehabilitation. Mr. Speaker, we'll be spending an amount to undertake general repairs. That school has been in existence for many years, Mr. Speaker, and the structure, based on what I've observed and what has been communicated to me by parents and the technical team from the Ministry of Education, the school needs rehabilitation. This is one of our better performing schools in the south of the country, Mr. Speaker. The school has strong leadership, and it is a school of choice when you see students who reside in other parts of the south, the parents, Mr. Speaker, expressing a desire to have them enroll at the Auger Combined School. And so the Auger Combined School is down for major repairs under this amount. Mr. Speaker, the Peru Combined School, also in the southern half of our country, is down for rehabilitation. With an enrollment of just over 250 students, this is one of the schools nationally, not just in the southern belt, nationally, that punches way above its weight. This school is a model of consistency, Mr. Speaker. The school is extremely well led by a seasoned veteran educator in the person of Mrs. Mooney. And I visited the Peru Combined School, Mr. Speaker, all by myself to see firsthand the conditions about which they had been complaining. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, if the decision was mine alone to make, this would have been the first school down for rehabilitation. So today, I am happy to report to the Honorable House that the Peru Combined School is down for a new block where, Mr. Speaker, we will have additional classrooms and some of the amenities we believe will help enhance the learning environment for the students in that particular catchment area. The member for Vieux Fort North, with whom I've had several bilaterals, is not here today, but I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, he too will welcome news that the Peru Combined School is down for rehabilitation, where an entire new block will be constructed to replace the termite-infested structure that currently exists in the Peru community. Mr. Speaker, more schools to be looked at. We want to look at the Reunion School in the constituency of Choiseul. And Mr. Speaker, that sits well with a point that was made earlier today, if not during the presentation of this motion by the Honorable Prime Minister, when he said that we do not look at the constituencies where work has to be done. We will always employ a doctrine of meritocracy, and if it is that the schools that need repair must all emanate from constituencies being represented by the opposition, we'll have no difficulty putting money in there to ensure we give the children of those constituencies the best possible educational experience our country can afford. So the HES block, Mr. Speaker, which is out of commission at the Reunion School, will be looked at with major roof rehabilitation. We have to do a total overhauling, Mr. Speaker, of the electrical fixtures at that school, not to mention the plumbing issues and the other general matters of upkeep at the Reunion School. So the principal, the staff, the students, and I'm sure the parliamentary rep for Choiseul will all welcome news that from the AFRI-EXIM quantum of 16 million EC dollars being borrowed by the government, the students and people of Reunion Choiseul will benefit like their counterparts in other parts of the country where that money will be impacting. Mr. Speaker, I move to the Plainview Combined. As I indicated, I will not be mentioning every single school, but I've pulled out some where I believe the situation is dire and the situation is in need of urgent attention. The Plainview Combined School in Viewfort is also down for some work, Mr. Speaker. 2 blocks to be replaced, but we can only undertake 1 at the moment. This is a very big school in the context of the numbers we see at our primary schools, with an enrollment of just over 470 students. This school has performed well historically, and Mr. Speaker, it continues to be a school of choice for parents in the South. I was there very recently with personnel from the Caribbean, from the FICES, that is the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, where we executed a project with them for rainwater harvesting to sensitize the students to sustainable ways of living, etc. So when I saw for myself, Mr. Speaker, it really reinforced in my mind some of the reports that I had received and some of the complaints that had been put forward by the parliamentary rep as it relates to the condition of the Plainview Combined School in Viewfort. They have an issue with dust, Mr. Speaker, and as I said, the dilapidated wooden structure, etc. All of this will soon be a thing of the past when we inject well over $1 million for the construction of a new block at the Plainview Combined School. Mr. Speaker, the Viewfort Comprehensive Secondary School is a very special school on the national landscape. They are also down for major rehabilitation, and it is important that we give the Viewfort Comprehensive Secondary School all the support that we can, not just in terms of physical infrastructural upgrade, Mr. Speaker, but we have to support their programs. Very recently, our cabinet approved a recommendation from the Ministry of Education to have a second vice principal at the Viewfort Comprehensive Secondary School. Every secondary school in this country operates with a principal and a vice principal. But a case was made by the Ministry of Education to the Cabinet to give the Viewfort Comprehensive a second vice principal to share the administrative workload. And that has become necessary, Mr. Speaker, because this is the only secondary school in the country where, in addition to the CXC-CSEC program, they have taken on the CXC KIP, or what at one time we referred to as the A-level program. So, Mr. Speaker, we are fully aware of the efforts of the principal, Mrs. Peter, and her staff at the Viewfort Comprehensive. And as I said, they are down for major repairs, work to be done, Mr. Speaker, in the science lab, the roof, the science block, 6 classrooms have to be rehabilitated. We have to look at the water issue, the electrical issues at the school. And this is a place, Mr. Speaker, a campus, if you like, where on a daily basis you have in excess of 1,000 persons, students, faculty, and ancillary coming through the gates of the Viewfort Comprehensive School, so that it continues to be the flagship learning institution in the South. It is a big school, and soon from today I should be in a position to speak to the operationalization of the second vice principal who will be providing support to the existing leadership at the school. And very recently, Mr. Speaker, I noticed the Deputy Speaker has a smirk, Mr. Speaker, almost an expression of satisfaction at the pronouncements on Viewfort Comprehensive, he himself being a former student of that institution. We will not delve into his performances in and out of classroom, but Mr. Speaker, I think he has acquitted himself well and is proving to be a worthy ambassador of such a great school. In very recent times, Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, we would have been privy to the CAPE results, or the CXC A-level equivalent. And you would have noticed that the Viewfort Comprehensive Secondary School registered more than impressive performances, not just when compared to their counterparts locally, but regionally. Mr. Speaker, regionally, in accounts, the Viewfort Comprehensive Secondary School came first. Regionally, Mr. Speaker, in Entrepreneurship Unit 2, the Viewfort Comprehensive Secondary School placed third. And I'm talking regionally, Mr. Speaker. Not just the Vieux Fort Comprehensive being pit against the Entribo Secondary or the St. Joseph's Convent, but regionally, whether it's the Arima Comprehensive School in Trinidad or Kingston High in Jamaica, but across the length and breadth of this Caribbean, where hundreds of thousands of young persons would have taken the same exams, the students of Vieux Fort have demonstrated once again that they are up to the mark and they can hold their own against the very best in this region. In the area of green energy and literatures, in English literature, Mr. Speaker, the Vieux Fort Comprehensive was amongst the top 10 regionally, as was the case in tourism, green engineering, and those other programs areas. So those other program areas. So, Mr. Speaker, they are down for rehabilitation to complement the work that is doing, and a school like that will always get the full support of the minister and by extension the cabinet of ministers, so that they can continue to, as we say in the cabinet, press ahead and give their students a very good experience. Mr. Speaker, the last of the many schools that are down for rehabilitation, it would be remiss of me not to mention the Soufriere Comprehensive Secondary School, Mr. Speaker, for major works. As I said, I am only singling out a few schools. I do not have the time to go through the entire list of the schools that will be impacted, but I must mention the Soufriere Comprehensive Secondary School. Led by Ms. Combi, a very young and enthusiastic principal, of course, and with the support and encouragement of a very passionate parliamentary representative, the Prime Minister has seen the need, Mr. Speaker, to make resources available to the Ministry of Education to help with the rehabilitation of the Soufriere Comprehensive Secondary School. Mr. Speaker, the roof at the Soufriere Comprehensive School needs a lot of work. There are sections of the Soufriere Comprehensive School where we have no windows. And I will take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to say not just to the students of the Soufriere Comprehensive, but the students, our secondary school students in particular, across the length and breadth of this country. Secondary school students are not toddlers. Secondary school students are not kindergarteners. Secondary school students are of an age, Mr. Speaker, where they have understanding and where they must appreciate that they cannot vandalize the school infrastructure, expecting the following term or year for the government to find resources to come and repair the damages. I have said to the principals, I have said to the district education officers, and on occasions when I've had to speak with students, I have said to them, Mr. Speaker, that if they are found vandalizing school property, not only will they and their parents have to raise the money to replace the damaged infrastructure, but Mr. Speaker, they will be punished in ways that will cause them to respect and appreciate the efforts that the government is making. Mr. Speaker, this injection of 16 odd million is designed to help enhance the learning environment of students and schools across the length and breadth of the country, and to improve the quality and effectiveness of schools. But we know quality infrastructure is only one component of an effective school system or an effective education system. And with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I will profit the opportunity to outline or remind this Honorable House of some of the interventions we are making in the broader spectrum of education to give our children an experience that will prepare them for life, not only in St. Lucia, but beyond the shores of our country. Infrastructure alone is not enough. And as I said, there is more to quality schools and quality education than the physical structures that house our teachers and our students. Mr. Speaker, some of the programs being rolled out and that are being complemented by this injection of money to rehabilitate the school plan include the One Laptop Per Child program. We have reinstated the One Laptop Per Child program, Mr. Speaker. And as we speak today, every single child in the secondary school system of St. Lucia, whether he's at the Vieux Fort Comprehensive, he's at the Patricia D. James Secondary, he's at the SDA Academy, or he's at the Boca Secondary, or the Clinton Mason Secondary, or the Stanley John Odlum Secondary, every single child in our secondary school system today has a laptop computer to complement the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party. And Mr. Speaker, I remember when we came in and we found a program of e-books fraught with all kinds of issues. And Mr. Speaker, at Thursday's launch, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of the e-content, you will hear from the technical staff themselves. The previous government had contracted an Indian company to provide them with what was known at the time as e-books. And this is what happened with the e-books, Mr. Speaker. Professionals from beyond the shores of St. Lucia came into this country, sat with our teachers and our professionals, engaged them in conversation, took all the submissions of our teachers, and they went and they packaged it and they presented it to our government at an astronomical amount. And Mr. Speaker, do you know that for every device and every child, the government of St. Lucia every year had to be paying license fees? And it means, Mr. Speaker, that millions of dollars, millions, being repatriated out of this country to a foreign company. Mr. Speaker, we did not waste time to halt that program. And we did not just take a position because politicians had spoken out against something which they believe was not in keeping with their own party philosophies. But we were instructed, we were encouraged, and I have the submissions from all the senior technical people of the Ministry of Education in my inbox. But I will not throw my staff under the bus and tell you who said what. But the staff was adamant that this initiative with the e-books did not come from the Ministry of Education. But instead, it was imposed on them, notwithstanding the shortcomings of that program that they would have identified prior to its introduction. You have animations, you have animations in the content of accents that are foreign to our children. And they can't understand some of the content. I'm not the one saying it. This is the report that I got from the technical staff. But I can tell you, since we shelved it, Mr. Speaker, not only have we saved millions of dollars that would have left this country in the form of license fees, but we have developed content. And Mr. Speaker, I must place on the record my appreciation and my gratitude to the staff of CAMDU for having embarked on a content development project. And on Thursday, all of the cabinet members have been invited to be with us for a demonstration. And I'm sure anybody who's in attendance, Mr. Speaker, will be full of praise for the work that has been done by the curriculum development committee. Mr. Speaker, I happened to reach the waterfront on a particular morning, roughly a month and a half, 2 months ago. And I noticed boxes and boxes of what appeared to be books were being placed right downstairs on the ground floor of the NIC building. And I asked one of the junior staff at the ministry, what do you all have there? Where are you all going with this? He said those are e-books, not e-books, but learn books that the previous administration had procured that are of no use, they cannot be repaired, and that they were on their way to Dieglo to dump those devices. I immediately put a halt to that operation. And I said to them, Mr. Speaker, just to be cautious, so that somebody wouldn't say that a Labour Party government is vindictive and we're wicked and we throw in devices that were procured by the previous administration. I ordered, I instructed, and it's not often that I flex ministerial muscle, but on that day, I instructed that devices were taken back upstairs on the third floor where they had been. Yes, they're still there. I had the communications unit to take still shots and to take video clips, Mr. Speaker, of all of what was earmarked for disposal. And I wanted to make sure that in keeping with the procurement rules and asset disposal rules of government, that somebody had signed off to say, a competent authority, that those devices were of no use to the children of this country. They are still there, Mr. Speaker. We have use for them. Not necessarily for use in the classroom, but I'm sure those devices will be used to substantiate the claims. It is one thing for us to come into the Honorable House as politicians, as parliamentarians, and to have our exchanges. But there are certain things I defer to the staff, or I concede to the staff, to pronounce especially when I know it is a highly contentious political issue. Mr. Speaker, our students will have uploaded on their devices content developed by our own people, content that is culturally relevant, content developed by people who understand their accent and whose accents they understand, content that where examples are used, those examples are within the experiential background of the children, Mr. Speaker, so that there will be no ambiguity when it comes to the learning exercise. And that is what we meant when we said we were going to reinstate the one laptop per child program. And very significantly, the savings that we've been able to make by developing our own content, some of it is being channeled, Mr. Speaker, or redirected to help bolster our higher education program. Mr. Speaker, our government continues to pay facilities fees for every single child in the primary and secondary public school system. And Mr. Speaker, you should see the expression of relief from the parents when they come to the constituency office. And if it is that some persons in here are comfortable referring to parents who are having difficulty making ends meet as mendicants, that is them. I represent a rural constituency, Mr. Speaker. I know what it is like for parents not being able to buy a pound of fish when they hear the sound of that horn as the van goes through the community. I know firsthand, Mr. Speaker, what it is like when you're not able to buy a loaf of bread to ensure that tomorrow morning at 5 and 6 o'clock you can wake up and give your children breakfast, Mr. Speaker. So that when the government takes a decision to waive facilities fees for these children, Mr. Speaker, I know what the dollar circulation can do, particularly in the rural pockets. So those who want to criticize can criticize it. But I can tell you this particular intervention by our administration has found favor, particularly with those persons whose circumstances in life are not, Mr. Speaker, as bright as they would want it to be. Ours is still the government that is paying CXC, CSEC, mathematics and English fees for our students in the primary, in the secondary school system. And the Prime Minister is on the record, Mr. Speaker, as saying that it is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that during this term of government, he is hoping that he'll be in a position where he will pay off mathematics and English and 3 other subjects for the children of our country. Mr. Speaker, we do so because we understand the plight of ordinary people. Mr. Speaker, we do so because we place a premium on education. Mr. Speaker, we do so because we are the genuine champions of poor people. We are not cosmetic as it relates to advancing the plight of poor people. And Mr. Speaker, again, we are reducing that financial burden on the parents who otherwise cannot do it for themselves. Mr. Speaker, there are scores, hundreds of parents, thousands of parents in this country. When you sit and you engage them in conversation, they will tell you about their own educational circumstances and how because their parents were poor, notwithstanding they had the ability, they could not have gone any further than just enrolling at school because it was mandatory. No premium, no value was placed on education at the level of the family and in some communities. And I've said here before that I remember as a child growing up attending the Larissos primary school in the Mabuya Valley. When officials from the Ministry of Education visited the Larissos school and the other schools that were in the Denrinoff area, there was this very unsavory label that was ascribed to the schools. Schools within the banana belt. And once you heard that the school was from the banana belt, you expected nothing good to come out of it in terms of academic performance. But today, Mr. Speaker, we have children from the Denri Basin who are in the top 10 of the CPEA, which we knew as common entrance. We have come a long way, but education is a continuum. It is a journey that never ends. And so at every step of that journey, with the support of the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education will continue to discharge its duties and responsibilities to the families and children of our country. Mr. Speaker, we understand that in order for students to thrive, that the physical environment must be conducive, and we've spoken about that. here today. The Prime Minister, in presenting the motion, did so. Likewise, my colleague from Castries Southeast, and I touched on it briefly. But for students to do well, in an environment that is pristine and conducive, you need teachers to be comfortable and teachers to be happy. Mr. Speaker, I have said to teachers before that we entered teaching at a time when it was a vocation. And it is still a vocation. A vocation is something you undertake, you join, you become a part of, where money is not the main consideration for becoming a part of it. But there's a conviction and there's a calling that you have that would influence you to be part of that movement. And teaching, Mr. Speaker, is a vocation. I taught for more than a decade at both the primary and secondary levels. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, a teacher's role is more than just imparting content and facilitating learning and lesson delivery in a classroom. Today's teacher, in addition to being the traditional teacher, you must be a counselor. You must be a parent. You must provide spiritual guidance. And there's so much more you've been called upon to do, particularly as the challenges in society evolve, so too must the role of the teachers. And what have we done, Mr. Speaker, as a token of appreciation to the teachers of this country? The Prime Minister, without hesitation, he found the resources to increase what in education we call the TMA, the Teaching Materials Allowance, by $600, so that teachers who received the TMA in the months of August and those who were temporary, Mr. Speaker, in the month of September, also took home $1,400 TMA. I've said it before and I will repeat here today, Mr. Speaker. When teachers travel, particularly to the United States of America on a vacation, Mr. Speaker, within the first 2 weeks of landing on the U.S. mainland, half of their suitcases, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps maybe an entire suitcase would have been filled already with materials and aids to enhance the learning environment in the classrooms that they'll be returning to after the vacation period is over. And so, Mr. Speaker, I must place on the record once again our government's gratitude to the teachers of this country. I want to thank the SLTU, Mr. Speaker, for working with the government. We have not always been on the same page, Mr. Speaker, but we understand that the SLTU is an indispensable ally in this quest to give our children the best possible educational experience our country can afford. There will be differences of opinion on certain matters, but we have never as an administration seen the SLTU as an adversary, but instead we have seen a very enthusiastic and at times passionate group of individuals giving expression to the plight of their membership. And so our administration, we stand ready to work with the SLTU to improve working conditions and to ensure that at every opportunity their input would continue to influence policy for our government. Mr. Speaker, we have a pre-K program, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in our schools. And pre-K basically speaks to students coming into the formal school system before the age of 5. Mr. Speaker, as we know it historically, a child enters the formal school system at 5. But we have excess space at a number of our primary schools because the population, the enrollment has dropped nationally significantly, because St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker, are not procreating at the rate that they were known to have in times gone. I know that is not applicable to everybody in this chamber, particularly those to my immediate right, Mr. Speaker. But that notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, the pre-K program is an important program for us in the Ministry of Education. So at schools where we have excess space, we convert some of the classroom space into little centers within the school environment to bring in the pre-K. They are not part of the main school programming. They have their separate programs, Mr. Speaker, but that is how we begin to immerse them into the broader spectrum of school life at an early age. So far, Mr. Speaker, we have rolled out our pre-K program at 6 schools, namely the Sufra Infant School. Mr. Speaker, I was able to see for myself. The conditions are very, very impressive. And I'm hoping that as we continue to provide support to the pre-K program in Soufriere, working closely with the OECS, that on occasions when the Ministry of Education isn't able to pick up the slack, we can rely on a very healthy and reliable Soufriere Foundation to help in that regard. Mr. Speaker, not too far from Soufriere, we go to the constituency of Choiseul. At Mogouj, perhaps the best pre-K setup I've seen in the country to date, although my staff and we are always on a different wavelength where this is concerned. The setup at Mogouj, Mr. Speaker, is also very, very impressive, and there's a very healthy pre-K program at the Mogouj school. Bocage Primary School also has a pre-K program. Bocage is in the constituency of Castries East, and it wouldn't surprise me if the inclusion of Bocage on this program is news to the Prime Minister, and if anybody might be inclined to believe that the Prime Minister's influence was what caused Bocage to be on the list, Mr. Speaker. No. Again, we employed the meritocracy, we did our research, and we know that there are some communities where the early childhood services are not as robust as we want them to be. So once there is space within a particular catchment area at our primary school, we will look to have the pre-K program pick up the slack that the normal early childhood services cannot deal with. Lakwamengo is also, Mr. Speaker, part of our early childhood pre-K program, as is Dennery Infant School and the Roblo. So these are the 6 schools that are currently enjoying or benefiting from the pre-K program. It is very instructive to note that there's none from Dennery North, Mr. Speaker, because again we have employed a meritocracy that informed the selection of those schools. The program will be expanded, and I'm hoping that the next time I speak on pre-K, perhaps at budget, I can speak to the inclusion of a lot more schools across the length and breadth of this country. Mr. Speaker, one of the flagship areas of programming for the Ministry of Education is our higher education mandate. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that we can, or it is realizable and attainable, to have 1 university graduate per household in this country. And we have spent no effort, Mr. Speaker, to go out there in a very aggressive way to source the scholarship and the higher educational opportunities for young St. Lucians. Mr. Speaker, very recently, for the first time this administration, we rolled out a program known as the UniPass. And the UniPass is a program that was specifically designed for St. Lucians who want to access university. The government, Mr. Speaker, and I must thank the Honorable Prime Minister, who is the chief custodian of the public purse, for making $500,000 available for the UniPass, where average young St. Lucians who have started programs, but somewhere along the way, they have found themselves, Mr. Speaker, in difficulties that they cannot get out of. The government is saying to them through the UniPass, we have a facility where we can give a grant, the maximum of which is $10,000, to help them complete programs. In some cases, some of them just need the start, Mr. Speaker. They also qualify. We have entered into several programs with Monroe College as a country. But I've said it here, and the Prime Minister did say at a function that I attended with him, that we have a responsibility to the University of the West Indies. We cannot continue to work with Monroe at the expense of the UWI. We will work with Monroe. We will explore every opportunity to work collaboratively with Monroe College, but it should never be at the expense or to the detriment of the University of the West Indies. And Mr. Speaker, I have no difficulty placing on the record that our government, we have a responsibility to UWI, University of the West Indies. Mr. Speaker, we have rolled out the first generation scholarship program. First generation. You have to be the first from your family to enroll at university. Too many young St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker, have become victims of the society because of their socio-economic background. Too many young St. Lucians demonstrated from kindergarten up to grade 6 that they were the best in the class. They demonstrated at the common entrance exam, now the CPE, that they were the best in the class. They transitioned to some of the best secondary schools. From Form 1 to Form 5, they demonstrated that they were still the best. But once they had exited the doors of that secondary school, their parents had no land, there was no property to mortgage, there was nothing to help secure loans for higher education, and some of them had to languish. And they had to sit by and watch people whom they had dominated from kindergarten all the way to post-secondary. They had to sit by and watch those persons excel because their socio-economic circumstances allowed them to secure monies at banks at rates that their parents could have afforded to become the professionals they wanted to be. Our government has taken a decisive step to correct that wrong. So today, Mr. Speaker, when you go to Monroe College, where we have 100 first-generation students being financed by the government in collaboration with Monroe College, I invite you to do your background check. What parts of the country are they from? What is the story of their families and their parents? And today, Mr. Speaker, they can take their rightful places at university and dream and live that dream of becoming the professionals that they want to be. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the first generation scholarship program, we have another scholarship program with Monroe College, which we inherited when we came in, where Monroe College was providing 17 scholarships to young St. Lucians. 3 full scholarships and 14 partial scholarships. Mr. Speaker, because we have been able to roll out so many programs and we've had that conversation with the nation as it relates to higher education, the young people of St. Lucia are coming forward in droves, Mr. Speaker, to want to access. For the 17 scholarships that are on offer to begin in the month of January, for the 17, Mr. Speaker, to date we have received in excess of 134 applications. Mr. Speaker, and the hardest part of this for me.
You have 15 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, what is most disconcerting about all of this is when you have 130 applicants, and I'm certain that out of the 130 applicants, a good 115 or more, they qualify and they meet the entry requirements, but we can only facilitate 17. But Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance, I know given the passion that he has for education, I'm sure in the ensuing budget, will again let his creativity come to the fore and devise a mechanism that will cause us to increase the number of St. Lucians whom we are facilitating. Mr. Speaker, we have had increased numbers going to Taiwan. We have seen an increase in the number of students going to Hungary on scholarship. And Mr. Speaker, very recently, a cohort left for Morocco. I must place on the parliamentary record our government's appreciation for a gentleman who is of Grenadian parentage but resides in the US in the person of Randy Glynn, for the fantastic work he has been doing with Sir Arthur Lewis Community College and the government of St. Lucia and some other governments within the OECS in finding the scholarships and finding the schools in North America with which our governments and our flagship tertiary institutions can collaborate to provide opportunities for our young people. Mr. Speaker, we are not only catering for the marginalized and those persons whose socio-economic circumstances are not favorable. We are also saying to those in society who are capable of buttering their own bread that they too will not be left out. Our government, this Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, has made an arrangement with the St. Lucia Development Bank to secure, Mr. Speaker, 10 million EC dollars as a credit facility for St. Lucians who want to pay their way to university. So, Mr. Speaker, this is just a snippet of what is happening in education. We will continue to roll out those programs. I do not want to make pronouncements in terms of what is coming in the ensuing year. I will leave that for the Prime Minister's appropriation bill address, Mr. Speaker, and some of the plans that will be unveiled in the new year. But today, Mr. Speaker, I am extremely delighted, I'm extremely pleased to be the minister responsible for education at a time when the government is saying that we have to continue investing in education. Mr. Speaker, we did not just embrace a mantra on the campaign trail because we believe it would have resonated with people. but we have demonstrated in every government department, in every agency and statutory entity, that we believe putting people first is something practical. Today, we are putting the children of St. Lucia first. Today, we are putting the teachers of St. Lucia first. Today, we are putting the principals of this country first. And today, Mr. Speaker, with a loan of 16 million EC to rehabilitate schools, we are putting the people of St. Lucia first. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me to take my seat and not express my gratitude as minister and that of the entire government to the many persons who work in the education sector to help roll out the programs. I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for working with me, the Honorable Senator Dr. Pauline Antoine Prosper. I want to thank the Permanent Secretary, Ms. Michelle Charles, the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Mr. Kendall Kudra, the newly appointed Chief Education Officer, Ms. Beverly Diodoni, and all the other heads of departments, Mr. Speaker, in the ministry. I want to thank the National Principals Association, Mr. Speaker, for their support. And again, I will say we have not always been on the same page as it relates to the issues. But the one thing I can assure you is that when we have our exchanges, the enthusiasm and the passion that informs the discussion is one that is born out of concern for the children of St. Lucia. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we still as a country, we continue to be a rich repository of academic talent. That has been proven for decades, not just locally and regionally, but St. Lucia has put some of the best men and women, best international professionals out there for the benefit of mankind. I know we can continue, Mr. Speaker, and we have to invest in our children to ensure that, as I said, we do not prepare them for life only in St. Lucia, but so that they can become global citizens, taking their rightful places in whatever part of the globe they decide to reside. So, Mr. Speaker, je remercie le Premier ministre et puis ministre qui a responsabilité pour finances, pour qu'à mettre l'argent devant. Ça, c'est à peu près 16 millions de dollars qui est en école ministre éducation fait travail dans les plusieurs écoles qui ont des conditions qui pas tellement bon comme maille et puis teacher ça fait affaire yo que c'est maille là ça apprendre. Nous avons aussi dit là nous avons fait l'école neuf en temps aujourd'hui nous passons à bâtir l'école ça en même manière nous avons bâti en temps qui passé parce que actuellement nous pour dire les conseil que climate change qu'on a hurricane qui est plus fort et que nous pour voir que là c'est l'école là qu'on bâti même si hurricane vient et mauvais temps vient il pas qu'à dommager c'est l'école ça quand l'école t'est tapé dommagé en temps qui passé. Mr. Speaker, we will ensure quality workmanship in the construction period. It will not be a case where we will just hand contracts to people. Contractors will not be selected based on political affiliation, but instead contractors will be people who have proven over time that they have the requisite skills and experience to undertake the projects in the various magnitudes that will inform how we move forward. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister for Finance for making the resources available, and I can give him the most solemn of assurances that under my stewardship and leadership, the Ministry of Education will endeavor to make the best use of that money, thereby enhancing the learning environment for children whose dreams and aspiration we are committed to facilitating whilst we hold the reins of government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Choiseul Saltibus.
The conflict of interest, it should be there when I'm speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. If you would allow me before I get into the motion at hand to comment on two matters. I first would want to join with the member for Denry North in congratulating the students who performed exceptionally well under the CSEC, our recent exams, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Our students have performed incredibly well among the Caribbean, and I think it's something we all should be proud of. In fact, I was very, very elated to see the number of students from the Choiseul Saltibus community who also shining on that list of top performance. And so I think it's something that all of us as a country should be very proud of. So, Deputy Speaker, I also would want to take the time to indicate to Miss Ulika Makiba Frederick, our Miss Universe representative from the community of Mont-Sion-Choiseul, and to let her know that we as St. Lucians and as Choiselians are extremely proud of her performance on the world stage. We followed her, and we were very happy with the amount of presentation and presence she had on social media and how she represented her country. I think, when we have any St. Lucian flying our flag as a country, all of us need to be proud and show our full support behind them. I was also happy to notice the Minister for Creative Arts also did put his piece to acknowledge her representation and her contribution. I also want to take the time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to sympathize with a number of families in my community who have lost loved ones or who are also suffering with various ailments, particularly cancer. It seems, Mr. Speaker, that, in fact, throughout the island, there seem to be a lot of sudden deaths and sudden illnesses that has come upon our people, and we have to sympathize with these people in the times that we're living in. I'm actually elated, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the motion before us today. And I say that because I am convinced that what we're seeing here is as a result of the previous administration, of which I was a member of cabinet, has set a bar by which this government is following. I think we showed significant interest in the deplorable state of our school plans, and we went full steam ahead to try to make a difference. As I have said in this house and other places, the community of Choiseul Saltibus undoubtedly has the most schools on island. And I remember in the thrust to provide support to rehabilitate some of these schools, every single school in my community was touched, either ceiling repaired, roof repaired, particularly toilet plants. In fact, we have a former school principal, now member of the cabinet in our gallery, and she will remember the plea she made to me to ensure that the school at which she was principal of at the time got a new toilet facility, toilet block. And we delivered, likewise, we delivered on many other schools in the community. And as the member for Denry North has indicated, $16 million is a drop in the ocean when it comes to addressing the faults in our nation's schools. But I believe we can only improve over time. And I'm happy that that thrust is being paid to our schools. I am particularly pleased when he mentioned the Reunion School, because I remember after the construction of the Lafargue Secondary School, in conversation with the Ministry of Education, the Reunion School was a school that was identified as having serious structural weaknesses and would have been paid attention to. So I'm very happy that that school was identified in the list of schools to be paid attention to. I think it was very unfortunate, a statement that the Prime Minister made when he mentioned that, unlike his administration, the work that was done, some of it was very shoddy. I think that was an unfortunate statement, because all works were supervised by the technical people from the ministry, and I'm aware that they were very, very rigid in terms of their pursuit of excellence. And even the principals in many of the schools are very happy with some of the work that has been done. So I think we need to stop throwing some of these jabs. The member for Castries South East, I normally learn some things from him because of his previous, well, not previous, but because of his qualifications, and he normally puts something out there that I did not know in the past. today I question his contribution, although he did say something which was very important, and I think the ministry needs to pay particular attention to it, and that is with regard to the kind of toilets that we put in the schools. I never realized that there were special toilets that could go into the school plan, because I only visited a school 2 weeks ago where we had completely done over the toilets and everything, only to see that all toilet seats were already destroyed and the state of the toilet. So I know it's costing, but I think it's something that we have to invest in, because unlike, like you say, some of the secondary school students, in the primary school, we have to exercise a lot more patience with some of the students and the way they use the facility. So that I'm hoping that we will get to that level. While we talk about school rehabilitation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am hoping that in all of the rehabilitations that are going to be done, that attention will be paid to special needs, because we have quite a few of these in our communities, and railings and the necessary ramps will be put in place, because I have seen the difficulties by students not being able to access and enjoy the facilities with ease, like other students who are better endowed in terms of their mobility. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I think it is a positive move in the right direction, and I'm hoping that we can see as a government, and we have to engage in that sort of positive way forward with regards to institutions, particularly where our students are engaged in. So I'm looking forward to work being done in the communities, and I do believe that it's a positive step that this government has taken in following what we have started. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Member for Grizzly.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the resolution for the Minister of Finance to borrow US $6 billion to finance the construction of social infrastructure and other facilities damaged by Tropical Storm Brett under an education, rehabilitation, climate-linked facility. Mr. Speaker, I do so because from day one, when the Honorable Prime Minister decided to look to the east and to select the Honorable Member from Denry North as the Minister of Education, he bestowed a lot of confidence in him. And Mr. Speaker, so far we know that he is delivering, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard the member for Choiseul indicate that the previous administration set a bar. And Mr. Speaker, immediately when I hear sports metaphor, every single cell in my being jumps to life, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the previous administration, under their Minister of Education, did set a bar. And she did set a bar when she indicated or stated publicly when it came to laptops, Kigain Kiasa, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the previous tenure, Mr. Speaker, I have to say, as a sports individual and a former high jumper, that bar that was set was very, very low, Mr. Speaker. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, within the first year of this current Minister of Education, that bar was cleared with relative ease, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the information and the facts do not lie. And he mentioned it. We moved from Kigain Kiasa to Tutgain Atutsa. Laptops delivered to every individual entering a secondary school, Mr. Speaker. Facilities fees paid for every individual attending school, Mr. Speaker. First generation scholarships, new initiative under this Minister of Education and this Prime Minister delivered to our people, Mr. Speaker. Maths and English paid, Mr. Speaker, at CXC level, Mr. Speaker. And the list goes on and on and on. So when we have any discussion about the direction of education in this country, when we have any discussion about any bar being cleared in education development in St. Lucia, this bar has been surpassed by this current St. Lucia Labour Party administration with flying colors, Mr. Speaker. And I dare say in record time, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are here today to approve this borrowing, and I'm elated, Mr. Speaker, that on this list that the Moshi Primary School has been identified to get some remedial work. This is because, Mr. Speaker, Moshi, in terms of the primary school, have had a number of issues that they have brought to my attention from very early. And of course, in conversation with the current principal, Mr. Troy Nestor, even before becoming parliamentary rep, I always indicated that the desire to see Moshi Primary School in a better state would be of significant priority to me as the parliamentary rep. Mr. Speaker, my grandfather is from the community of Moshi. The school is one that I visit very often, the first day of every single school term. And we deliver as a government school bags, school books, sometimes school shoes, and we get requests at the parliamentary office for additional assistance. And I will say that the current Prime Minister has made it a priority that before school opens, that we always have additional resources for the less fortunate children in the constituencies to get something to go to school with. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we've tried, and as the member for Choiseul said, 16 million EC is a drop in the bucket. We know the requirements for schools would be way more than currently is, but it is a significant start. And so, as I've seen with this Minister of Education, for instance, in the community of Grosley Town, for a number of years, since before COVID-19, the Grosley Library was closed. Nothing happened at the Grosley Library. And I will say it, and I'll continue to say it, a constituency bordering on 40,000 people, for any member to be serious about education, and a library is in disrepair or non-existent in our case, was absolutely ridiculous. And so, I am glad that this Minister of Education, despite some of the resources not being available, saw it fit to commence work on the Grosley Library. And so the people of Grosley will have their library fully functional in the coming months. And so, Mr. Speaker, as it pertains to the educational development of our people, I am extremely proud. And Mr. Speaker, I look forward to so much more, because the enthusiasm is there at every cabinet meeting with this Prime Minister and with this Minister of Education, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, climate change is real. Having climate resilient schools is of extreme importance, because it's not enough, I will agree, to provide some of the basics that children need to go to school. We also need to look at their health and their safety. And as the Minister of Education went through with his presentation, you would hear some of the issues that existed for many, many years that could be harmful to our children. And so as a father, sometimes you consider what is the environment these children sit in the classrooms. And so, being climate resilient, ensuring that we have safe schools, that we have proper structure, that they are well put together, is of extreme importance to this government. And I'm very, very happy to see this happening currently. Mr. Speaker, we have other schools in our constituency, including Granivier, that continue to ask for support. And of course, the Honorable Prime Minister and the member continues to look for creative ways to get things done as soon as possible. And I can say proudly that we are getting there. Also, for the persons living in the Grosley town, you would see that work continues near the school. And the school definitely has indicated a need for repainting. And in the coming budget, we will be having discussion on some of what we are going to do for the Grosley Primary and Infant School. You would see a kids' playground being erected. And of course, the request has been made for additional sand that should be dropped off in that area to ensure that we have a safe environment for the children of Grosley. One of the things I'm proud of as a minister for youth and also the member of parliament for Grosley is the desire by this government to always think of the less fortunate, always. And I'm very happy that Rise St. Lucia, with individuals such as Venus Cherry, and of course the individuals from Seaview, born and raised in the community, have always approached the parliamentary rep, not just me, have always approached or have tried to make contact with the parliamentary rep for support for young people, especially schoolgoers. And so we continue to support the back to school drive with the Seaview boys. And for the first time, since doing this thing for so many years, these young men giving away books and school supplies right by the Seaview, this time they did it at the HRDC, they would spend hours. Individuals from Viewfort, Sioux Fresh, Chozelle, all over St. Lucia, including Grosley, would come in search of books. And they did it absolutely free. And all they requested was a meal and some water to carry on with their duties. And as parliamentary rep, I felt that step in and ensure that these boys were motivated and provided with that sort of assistance so they can continue to provide books, look for books, and distribute it throughout our constituency. And so, Mr. Speaker, the work continues. Our peanut butter pantry is also geared at school children. In the constituency of Grosley, a lot of us know what it is like to go to school without having breakfast. And this is a real situation in many of our constituencies. And so with Rise, we have sponsored the peanut butter pantry in the constituency at the HRDC, where individual families who are less fortunate, who in that month may not have had money to buy basic things such as bread, milk, tuna fish, cricks, they could come to the HRDC and they can find something to give their children to eat before they attend the Grosley Primary and Infant School. And of course, we've seen that spread to all of the schools persons are visiting that peanut butter pantry. This is the care, and this is the diligence, and this is the value we put in ensuring that our young people are taken care of and that they can go to school every single day. And so, Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to work. We'll continue to work with this Minister of Education. I think we know that the ambition is there to keep going in all nooks and crannies of this country, but we have to always remember to be patient. I remember in terms of Moshi, we'd be delivering some computers. And at the end of the day, this was what was available, distributed it to the school. And of course, sometimes we really want additional things done quickly, but with time and with patience, we will continue to get there. And so, our people, I want to say that this motion here today is something that we should all get on board with. I think we all can continue to see the progress being made by this government in education. And just one more thing, the constituency of Grosley, in terms of scholarships, the first generation scholarships, and we always have that discussion, the member for Denry North, and he always pulls a list, and he comes to me and he says in his very cunning way, Grosley ka hen tout. I am extremely proud of the educational attainment of my constituency. The fact that this is all done based on merit, not based on where you are from, what hole you come from, based on merit. has given me, as a parliamentary representative, the unique sort of position of congratulating a number of individuals in my constituency with who are being rewarded with scholarships. So I want to continue to encourage everybody that this is a government that believes in meritocracy. If you work hard, if you study, if you do well, we will be in a position to provide some level of support to you, so you can rest assured that this government is working to ensure that the education of this nation continues to flourish. Definitely support this motion, and I certainly hope that we all can see the merit in it. Thank you so much.
Member for Castries North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I stand, Mr. Speaker, to give, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to give support to what I believe is a very meaningful, timely, and appropriate resolution to this Parliament, which seeks to grant the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of $6 million from the African Export-Import Bank to finance the construction of social infrastructure and other facilities damaged or destroyed by Tropical Storm Brett under the Education Rehabilitation Climate-Linked Facility. Mr. Speaker, I believe this more or less identifies this government, this administration, an administration of inclusivity, collaboration, and of course, unity, committed to the cause of the people of this country. And when we speak of people, Mr. Speaker, for us, the foundation of our community, of our society, of our country is embedded in the future of that country, and that future lies in the young people of this country. So oftentimes when we condemn young people for being cause of some of the social problems which we are encountering in our society, be it crime and antisocial behavior, there is indeed a silver lining, one that is very bright, in the potential of our young people when we consider their performances, be it in academics, in sports, in cultural activities, or social endeavors. When they demonstrate their performance, their potential, by virtue of their performance, this country has a bright future ahead. And the only way we can deliver on and fulfill that bright future is through the genuine support of a government that cares. A commitment that is necessary, not merely to speak about things, and in some cases, sweet talk, fancy talk, no delivery, but to demonstrate in reality our commitment to the needs of our people, particularly our young people. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I must commend the Prime Minister for that, what I consider to be his passion, his commitment, and his dedication to that cause of reaching out to the people of this country and reaching out to all and sundry, whether it's the poor, the marginalized, the professional, the young and upcoming, the youth particularly, the children of this country. We have seen it demonstrated without the benefit of a doubt that this government cares and it reaches out to our people. To the minister responsible for education, I must commend him also on his love for what he's doing, his commitment, his dedication, and his passion. And oftentimes when he makes his presentations to cabinet, you can feel that passion, that commitment, and that dedication, and his determination to reach way beyond the limits established by those who believe that they established limits. And so, Mr. Speaker, for me, it means a hell of a lot, because as we speak of poverty in this parliament, and we claim to believe that we know what is poverty, we heard the Minister for Equity when he made his presentation earlier, and his own experiences as a young man growing out of poverty. I can associate to that. I can associate to it because out of poverty, and the Prime Minister made a statement early on, and it certainly touched me, and that is the issue of being poor does not mean that you should not aspire to educate yourself. And in many instances, and I think he is the one who said it, we have seen young men and young women who, though performed, got to the point of resistance where they could not overcome the adversity and to get to a location, a position to continue that excellence. But Mr. Speaker, my commitment has been demonstrated over the years, and I feel proud that in a number of cases we have seen governments respond to some of those situations, particularly in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, as far back as Equip and BEEP, even while in opposition, I recall at least appealing to the then government to respond and to do and to fulfill some of the commitments made under the Equip and BEEP program. I appealed for the Methodist school, and I'm proud today as a past student of the Methodist school that we have seen with the commitment of the government, the completion, or I should say the commencement and completion of the Methodist school after years of promise. We also started the Gordon and Walcott Memorial School. We also have seen the commencement and completion of the Vidbutel Primary School, and they are very proud that they've got excellent facilities, and the spirit and the mood and the confidence has been risen. But Mr. Speaker, even out of this, Mr. Speaker, because of my own experience going into a primary school that I thought was not privileged to a certain extent, the Methodist primary school, I made a firm commitment to continue to persevere to assist that school, and I can associate with a number of projects at the Methodist school, from PA system installation, playground establishment, and as we speak, Mr. Speaker, I'm just on the verge of completing a 2-story block without government resources. All through fundraising effort, going out there and mobilizing resources and not touching one single cent from the public purse to create a 6-classroom block that hopefully will be able to open early next year once the final set of resources come in to complete the project. This one is the Methodist school. I heard the minister speak of Castries Comprehensive School. We've had a number of collaborative efforts, and it's down now for the commencement of work at the school under this program, and I'm very proud that this school is being considered. I have worked with the principals who have served at that school, the Canadian government who have served, and others who have come forward and to continue to contribute towards that school, keeping it up and standing, rather demolish for people's dreams and aspirations. Also, Mr. Speaker, the Vidbutel, I spoke of Vidbutel, the Sir Ira Simmons School. We continue to work, I continue to give support, and I'm proud of what we have done. The SD Academy, which is my secondary school, we have worked together and provided a music lab, a maths lab, the painting of the school, and the upliftment of the school, Mr. Speaker. St. Mary's College, the Assembly Hall, computer lab, all through support from various agencies and private sector. And this week, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was very gracious, last week rather, the Prime Minister was very gracious in approving a grant to the St. Mary's College for the commencement of a multipurpose court to the value of $68,000 as the government's contribution. Then you have the St. Joseph's Convent, Mr. Speaker, and again, through the CDP program, we have been able to give them a grant of $75,000 for their own construction of a new court on the grounds of St. Joseph's Convent, so as to relocate and to surrender, through negotiation, of course, the existing court at the lower level for the general public. Mr. Speaker, I often refer to Castries North as the education district of St. Lucia, with 5 or 6 secondary schools, and Mr. Minister for Education, maybe you can correct me, the Seventh-day Adventist Academy, the St. Mary's College, the Castries Comprehensive Secondary School, the Sir Ira Simmons Secondary School, the Patricia D. James Secondary School, and the St. Joseph's Convent, all within the constituency of Castries North, 6 secondary schools. I didn't mention the Patricia James Secondary School, but again, that school I've worked tirelessly to uplift it from what it used to be to a school now of greater presence and the esteem of the teachers and students. Then you have the Camille Henry Primary School and the Vidbutel Primary School, all of which are outstanding schools on the island. So, Mr. Speaker, when a government makes that kind of commitment and stop talking, the Eucharist SDA Primary School, another excellent school in the district, a school of choice to a certain extent. And you have the Mondido, I didn't even mention Mondido, who I have worked also in doing a number of things there. Only this year, we granted them some, I think, $25,000 to assist them. And all of that is coming from the government. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, when a government can demonstrate its commitment to its people, and not just talk, but to do what is necessary, and can find every avenue to make that contribution to the children, to give them hope, so as to understand that life was never meant to be a walk through the park, but rather an aspiration to aspire to the top, but to give them the necessary tools and avenues to get them to the top. I believe it is commendable, and I must thank the Prime Minister and commend the Minister for his vision and his commitment to that cause. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the government is committed, and hopefully, notwithstanding the fact that the Prime Minister has sort of indicated that next year will be the year of infrastructure, I believe the fact that the Prime Minister understands the need to have an environment, a school environments that are conducive to learning, not only the physical structure, but to be able to train our teachers, to be able to equip our teachers, to give them the necessary supplies and equipment that they need to be able to administer the education. I think it is indeed, Mr. Speaker, a commendable thing. But you know, Mr. Speaker, in this country, there's no thank you. No one will thank. But there'll be those who will criticize and will find every reason to criticize and fail to say, thank you for doing this, or you have done a commendable thing. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Prime Minister and to commend the Minister on what they have done. And I can only say, Mr. Speaker, that as Minister responsible for infrastructure, I stand ready to give all of the support necessary in ensuring that the work in education, in uplifting our schools, in creating new environments of learning, in bringing back to our students that hope and that confidence that as Minister for Infrastructure, I stand ready to give that support. And next year, Mr. Speaker, as we deal with Year of Infrastructure, we also will be launching another program that will speak to addressing the deficits in infrastructure, and not simply road infrastructure, roads, bridges, culverts, etc., but also giving support to infrastructure in telecommunications, energy, utilities, public utilities, and loose link, water, telecoms, to strengthen our infrastructure and to prepare us for the year 2030. This, Mr. Speaker, I believe is important, and therefore that support will not only sit in the realm of only the subjects directly associated to the Department of Infrastructure, but, Mr. Speaker, will also give support to the other sectors, support to education, support to tourism, support to agriculture, ensuring that the infrastructure necessary for those sectors are made available by the year 2030, so that those other sectors, those other departments, other ministries now can then design their programs, understanding that they will get the infrastructure necessary, whether it's the roads, whether it's the telecommunication system, whether it's electricity, whether it's water, whatever the case may be. The necessary support infrastructure will be coordinated through a national strategic plan that we hope all will come on board and join with us. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore end here by commending you, Deputy Speaker, by commending the Minister for Finance for having seen the need and having the foresight to access the African Export-Import Bank. And I believe St. Lucia must have been the first country in the Caribbean to have accessed the offer of the bank, first country to be very expedient in its application and to be able to get approval for this US $6 million, which will be a start in the way forward. Now, some jokers will sit down and laugh and make a fool of themselves, but, Mr. Speaker, the point is that this government is committed. This government is not bluffing. This government knows when it speaks, it means what it says. And that is the difference between this government that I'm part of and what I used to be part of. That is the difference of the two administrations. I thank you.
Member for Labrie.
Elected.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I stand in support of the resolution put forward by the Minister for Finance to borrow US $6 million from the Africa Export-Import Bank to finance the construction of social infrastructure and other facilities damaged or destroyed by Tropical Storm Brett under an education rehabilitation climate-linked facility. This loan, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to be repaid in 7 years, which significantly includes a grace period of 2 years. The rate of interest on the loan is fixed at 6% per annum. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am indeed heartened by this novel approach towards seeking non-traditional sources of funding for our development. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have, through various international and regional fora, advocated for South-South cooperation as it provides a space for developing countries to engage in development cooperation through collaboration and partnerships to address their development challenges. In this regard, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are beginning to see the tangible expression of South-South cooperation with the deepening of trade and investment partnerships between Africa and the Caribbean. The Africa Export-Import Bank opened a CARICOM office in Barbados on August 4th this year and has committed US $1.5 billion to enable member states of the Caribbean community that had ratified the partnership agreement with the Africa Export-Import Bank to tap into the bank's various financial instruments. The financing will be targeted at supporting critical economic sectors aimed at boosting the development of trade, enabling infrastructure, as well as enhancing trade and investment between Africa and CARICOM member states, while supporting small and medium enterprises. It is significant to note, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the bank has committed to increase its credit limit from US $1.5 billion to $3 billion. The Africa Export-Import Bank, or Afrexim Bank, is a pan-African multilateral financial institution mandated to promote finance and promote intra and extra-African trade. It is the view of our government, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the Caribbean needs to diversify its trade and investment relationships to provide mutual benefits to both CARICOM and Africa. It is hoped that our exports can be expanded by entering into the African market, and that we can also purchase more African products. Similarly, we expect that African countries will see investment opportunities in the Caribbean, and that Caribbean businesses may also venture into investment opportunities in Africa. We also expect partnerships to develop and that African Caribbean companies be established. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to say that we are already benefiting from this partnership with this loan to help the government of St. Lucia finance the rehabilitation of our social infrastructure, in particular schools. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as you may be aware from the numerous presentations made before this Honorable House by our Prime Minister and Minister for Finance and other honorable members on this side of the House, we inherited a fiscal mess, and therefore, with no fiscal space to maneuver, the first order of business for our government has had to be course correction, namely to bring the fiscal situation under control and onto a path of fiscal and debt sustainability. This legacy has been exacerbated, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by the infrastructure deficit that has been bequeathed to our government. Despite this huge fiscal challenge, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the need to develop an infrastructure program to close the infrastructure deficit, our government has continued to explore innovative and cost-effective financing measures to provide financing for some of the critical infrastructure for our country, even before our economy returns to normalcy. And I will come to the CARICRIS report momentarily, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We saw this, Mr. Speaker, in the approach to financing the St. Jude's Hospital project from the Saudi Fund for Development, as the former government left no money, Mr. Deputy Speaker, no money, I repeat, no money to complete the St. Jude's Hospital. What they left, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a huge bill of millions of dollars which they owed the contractor. But they continue to mislead the public by saying that they would have completed St. Jude's in 6 months. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Finance must be commended for this financing opportunity from the Africa Export-Import Bank to help us repair some of the critical infrastructure and educational infrastructure that requires immediate attention. Mr. Deputy Speaker, The Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Finance has declared the next budget for our fiscal year 2024-2025 to be an infrastructure budget. It is a budget that I am sure, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will bring significant relief to the people of St. Lucia and help boost investor confidence through the provision of sound infrastructure, sound public infrastructure, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we will not do like the former government and build roads in highly remote areas. We will also not engage in wasteful and irresponsible expenditure that places a huge burden on the taxpayer with little value for citizens. We will instead, Mr. Deputy Speaker, build infrastructure to ensure that the people of this country benefit. I therefore lend my full support to the resolution, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to allow the Minister for Finance to borrow $6 million from the Africa Export-Import Bank to finance the construction of social infrastructure and other facilities damaged or destroyed by Tropical Storm Brett under an education, rehabilitation, climate-linked facility under the terms and conditions specified in the resolution, namely the loan to be repaid in 7 years with a 2-year grace period and an interest rate of 6%. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I cannot conclude this intervention without accentuating to this Honorable House that we are governing this country and delivering to the people in very difficult times, Mr. Speaker. And I was rather surprised, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to hear the leader of the opposition talk about people are suffering and people need relief and people this and people that. Where was that conviction when the leader of the opposition was the Prime Minister of this country? You see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, people will conveniently forget that at this time, during the leader of the opposition's term as Prime Minister, what was happening in this country? What was happening? They had stopped the laptop program, they stopped the Castries Grosile Highway, they stopped the Soufre Square, they stopped the St. Jude's Hospital reconstruction project, they stopped the PPP with the World Bank for the HIA redevelopment, shut down the abattoir, spent $13.6 million on a road for DSH, another $20 million for incinerators, $13 million for relocation to Volette. But Mr. Speaker, and I can go on and on and on. By this time, during their term, the first half of their term, they accomplished absolutely nothing. But in very difficult times, Mr. Speaker, we are delivering to the people of this country. What the leader of the opposition should do is to cooperate with this government whilst we deliver to the people of this country under very trying circumstances. We borrowed about 40% in terms of the total amounts in the OECS during the leader of the opposition's time as Prime Minister. And our economy was in a deficit position in 2019 before COVID. And our ability to have responded to the COVID pandemic would depend on our starting fiscal position. And we contracted by 24.4%, among the highest in the world. And during COVID, where was your concern for the people you spoke about, Mr. Leader of the Opposition? You got over $300 million during that period from World Bank, from that. How much of that you spent giving income support to the people of this country? There was no stimulus for farmers, no stimulus for our barbers and hairdressers, no stimulus for our craft vendors, no stimulus for our entertainers, no stimulus for the self-employed St. Lucians, no stimulus at all. People were gasping for air and they were sucking salt during that period. Where was that conviction? Where was the love for the most vulnerable, the dispossessed? Where was that? Where was that deep conviction and concern Nowhere to be found. But you see, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we took the economy in a bad condition. We did not make the excuse that we cannot do this or that because the economy is in shambles. We brought back the laptop program. And we're still in the first half compared to your first half, where you did absolutely nothing. Education assistance, housing program, payment of facility fees at the schools to ease the squeeze on the parents, payment of math and English. Look, we have already started the Golden 80 Plus health program. We resumed the St. Joe's Hospital project. And the conversation today is no longer about completing St. Joe's Hospital. That's a foregone conclusion. That's a foregone conclusion. We are now talking about what is more important, equipping the hospitals further so we can deliver better health care to the people of this country. And of course, you inherited a good economy, a stable macroeconomic framework, a solid fiscal position from the member for Beaufort South as Prime Minister. He made sacrifices to ensure that he re-established order in the nation's finances. And what did you do, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, with that space? Chuval, 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 Chuval. And the only thing you understood at the time was if it was in the shape of a horse. Nothing else. Nothing else. Nothing else. But you come there in this house and look at this Minister for Finance and Prime Minister and this government and talk about the people. What people? Kenny Rogers, you spent more than 5 years as Prime Minister and you were singing the people's business out of key. And you want to come there and sing a nice little song as if, you know, we're doing something which is bad. And I'll tell you, that $14.6 million could have fixed up roads in the Labrie constituency. It could have fixed up some schools in the Labrie constituency. They stopped the Labrie market. They stopped all the CDP projects, but to date, in the first half, compared to yours, the Labrie market is back in action. And very soon we shall begin the construction. The Majomel Road to open up Labrie for development. Our two waterfalls and the farmers. There is great anticipation, and I'm hoping that with the year of infrastructure, the 1.5 miles remaining will connect it with bands. We have in the first half of our term joined Monve with Maganier. During the first term, they did absolutely nothing. St. Lucia was in a financial coma, in a development coma. But now the SLP is in office. He has gained some new life and trying to organize a match against the government. You don't know the match will be an Espoir Malpapai match? How can they match against facilities fees? How can they match against getting a break on building materials? You want the people to match against that? Do you expect them to match against those things? And you know, talking about schools, so far I have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in taking care of the Auger Combined School and the Labrie Boys. Significant amount of work in the first half. And we are now putting the economy back on track. Can you imagine, with a bad economy, that this country is climbing like a homesick angel, far less when it returns to normalcy. When we hit next year, God's spare, in the budget of infrastructure, Balfini violon sac. There will be heightened activity, economic activity in the country, and of course, because of that level of activity, the noise of the opposition shall not be heard, because they are sinking in the rising tide of the success of this current administration. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I take my brief intervention to its logical conclusion, I want to allude to something that the minister, the leader of the opposition, was trying to accentuate. You see, you can take facts and you can shape it into a misleading linear progression. You can do that. You take the facts and you shape it in whatever way that you want. So I want to make some brief comments. He said that the Carrie Chris had kept St. Lucia's credit rating unchanged from the previous period at Carrie BB B-. Fact. That's a fact. Carrie Chris's credit ratings are based on 5 factors. These are 1, income and economic structure, 2, fiscal policy, 3, monetary, financial and exchange rate policy, 4, external sector, and 5, political environment. These are the areas. A summary of the overall risk assessment compared with the previous period is shown in the table that is contained in the report. Carrie BB- indicates moderate credit risk with respect to the timely service of debt obligations and that the outlook is stable. A review of the components reveal the following. 1, income and economic structure. St. Lucia has been given an unchanged assessment at BBB+. This is considered to be adequate. This unchanged assessment needs to be clarified as St. Lucia's economic performance has improved considerably as it has recovered appreciably from the pandemic. So that was 2022. Now in 2023, it is actually on the path of recovery. It is on a different trajectory. The economy is not in a state of inertia. Things will not remain the same. We are evolving. Economic growth has been recorded at 12.2% and 18.1% in 2021 and 2022 respectively. This economic growth has been propelled by the rapid recovery in the tourism sector, which has shown the resilience of this sector. So don't try to downgrade the impact of tourism. Do not try to make a pappy show out of it as if we control the external environment totally. The labor market has also improved substantially, with unemployment falling to 16.5%, the lowest in several years, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Government has also taken steps to improve the ease of doing business through financial structure reforms, including credit report legislation, foreclosure legislation, bankruptcy and insolvency legislation, and the secured transaction collateral registry legislation. Moreover, the outlook for St. Lucia's economy is positive as it continues its resurgence in 2023, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As a matter of fact, the Ministry of Finance has projected growth, I think in the first instance, if I remember correctly, about in excess of 4. But of course, there is always room for revision based on the dynamics, so more or less about 3.2 in that particular region, fueled by growth in tourism. It is also anticipated that growth in the medium term will remain favorable given the level of public and private investment forecasted. We note Carrie Chris states that, and I quote, based on the improvements in real GDP over the last 2 years, Government of St. Lucia's output performance is trending towards achievement of the GDP rating sensitivity factor. Carrie Chris may update its outlook. Carrie Chris may update its outlook or rating in future review periods if progress persists. Persist, unquote. That's on page 8 of the report. Given the substantial improvement in St. Lucia's economic growth rates over the last 2 years, 2021 and 2022, and real economic growth of either 4.8% or 3.2%, whatever it is in that vicinity, as well as favorable economic growth prospects over the medium term, given the projected increase in construction activity, it is our considered view, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the income and economic structure rating should be upgraded. Fiscal policy. We note Carrie Chris has kept St. Lucia's rating of fiscal policy unchanged at BB, below average, despite the substantial improvement in our fiscal position. Despite the substantial improvement in our fiscal position. So it's not static, we're not there yet, because we say we are not out of the woods. As the report states, and I quote, "For the first time in recent years, the current and primary balances were in surplus. The overall fiscal deficit," is said, "for the first time in recent years, the current and primary balances were in surplus. The overall fiscal deficit is estimated to have tempered to EC minus 78.3 million, minus 1.2% of GDP, from Eastern Caribbean currency dollars of minus 288.6 million, or minus 5.6% of GDP in the prior fiscal year. Moreover, the report indicates, and that's from page 10 to page 11, I quote, in fiscal year 2023-2024, the primary balance is budgeted to be a surplus of EC 102.9 million compared to a surplus of EC 105.7 million in the fiscal year 2022-2023. The overall fiscal deficit is projected to increase 39.3% to EC 109.1 million, minus 1.6% of GDP, compared to overall fiscal deficit of the minus 78.3 million, or the minus 1.2% of GDP. Now, once it's below 3%, it's considered to be within prudential limits. But what is important, Mr. Speaker, despite that deterioration, it is to be noted that these fiscal ratios as a whole indicate positive development despite the slight decline in the primary surplus and the slight increase in the overall deficit. Government has also introduced a new health and security levy to help strengthen the fiscal position. That's what it is all about. It is not just something that we just grab from somewhere and introduce. It is in keeping with sound management of the economy. So don't walk inside of here and try to mislead the people of this country into believing that, you know, you are managing an economy better than the member for Kaswizis. The member for Kaswizis, I've stated many times, is a magician in terms of how he deals with the business of this country. And just watch him. Try to learn from him. Take your exercise book and come and take notes. And if you want to engage in a debate, come. There's nothing wrong with, you know, an exchange of intellectual ideas, you know. There is nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong in allowing the arguments to contend. But don't come and dismiss what is going on there as mismanagement and what you were doing there, you know, as some things that were so good that destroyed the economy and put our country into a recession prior to COVID. Finally, the public debt to GDP ratio has continued on a downward trajectory, declining from 69.1% in 2022 to a forecasted 65.2% in 2023. It is to be further noted, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the government has passed the Public Debt Management Act, which imposes requirements on the government to pursue a sustainable fiscal path. So that Debt Management Act gives the government clear directives to pursue a sustainable fiscal path. It is the government's view that all of these positive fiscal developments merit an upgrade in the credit rating to fiscal policy from BB, below average, to adequate, BBB. And don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. You know, our small, open and vulnerable economies, they do not have vast amount of resources. We are not immune to the effects of the external environment, and we are not immune to the consequences of our actions, the way that we manage things and the way we respond to it. Whilst we are not responsible for the external shocks, we are responsible for how we respond to it. And the member for Cassius is doing a job that is the envy of a number of countries. And as I take this to its logical conclusion, I want to deal with monetary, financial, and exchange rate policies. Adequate. The government generally concurs with this assessment by Caricris. And the external sector, BBB, adequate. The government again concurs with it. Political environment, adequate. We note the following in the Caricris report. It's on page 17. And I quote, St. Lucia is a stable parliamentary democratic constitutional monarchy. The House of Assembly has 17 members. Has 17 members. Currently 14 members belong to the SLP. The SLP currently has sufficient control to carry out its political vision. St. Lucia's judicial system is independent and well regarded. St. Lucia is perceived internationally to have moderately low corruption based on its score on the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index. The country was ranked 45 out of 180 countries in 2022, the fourth best ranked country in the Caribbean. The one concern that was highlighted, or that general area in the report, is the level of crime, which has been on the increase. It is to be noted that while the government is extremely concerned with the level of crime, and it is taking measures to reduce the level of crime, we believe that given the fact that we are not dealing with a widely systemic issue, that our interventions will be effective over time to create a scenario where it does not present a political risk. You see, when you put policies in place, it's like gravity acting against whatever is increasing. So you take a stone and you project a stone vertically upward with a certain velocity. As gravity is acting upon that stone, it will decelerate until its final velocity gets to zero. It will be momentarily at rest and it's going to come back down. So when you put policies in place, you do not immediately pull it down. It will decelerate, and we are going to see a deceleration in that regard, and eventually that level of criminal activity will drop. And we must avoid, by whatever means necessary within the parameters of the law and democracy, to ensure that crime in no way gets out of control. So, you know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I close by indicating that I fully support the motion. I think it is good. I commend the Prime Minister for his expert handling of the economy. And there is no doubt in my mind that St. Lucians are looking forward to a bright future. And I am fully convinced, barring a black swan event, we are going to climb like a homesick angel in terms of the economy, infrastructure at the end of our term. And like I said, completing St. Jude's is no longer any kind of debate. It's a foregone conclusion that the St. Jude's Hospital project will come to its logical conclusion way before the general elections. I have no doubt about that. What we are concerned about is improving the overall level of healthcare in this country to benefit every St. Lucian. So I commend the Minister for Education. I'm happy to hear OG Combined is on the list. I did not hear Banslagwas yet. I've not heard Labry Boys yet. And of course, I want some consideration to the ABC Fund House next to the OG Combined School. And of course, they are working very hard. They are working very, very hard there, Mr. Minister of Education. And of course, I'm hoping that somewhere you can find some space to deal with the roof as well. They have a roof problem. Both the OJ Combined School and that ABC Fund House, termite infested. We need some meaningful intervention. So again, I commend the Prime Minister and the Minister for Education for a good show. I thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Member for Miku South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to be able to respond, if I can, Mr. Speaker, to this motion that's on the floor, and certainly the very healthy debate and the many myriad of issues that have been brought up to the attention of the House in considering this motion. Let me deal with probably some of the issues that Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me deal first of all, Mr. Speaker, because it came up on two different occasions, with the government's decision when they were in office in 2011 to 2016 to move the infrastructural works from the Ministry of Education to the Ministry of Infrastructure. And when we first came into office, we continued that trend. And one of the things that became very apparent very early in the game, and particularly with the amount of repairs that now we were instigating, because a long period of time, Mr. Speaker, had gone by where there was no repairs to the schools. I hear the Prime Minister's claim that the $1 million a year was not for repairs, but it was to help the teachers or the schools with basic operating costs. I thought that that's something that would go into the recurrent costs. So I'm not 100% sure. We did not see, and nobody else felt, the level of infrastructure repairs. But let me get back to the point. The Ministry of Education's technical staff continuously complained about when the works were being done, and that the staff at the Ministry of Infrastructure were insensitive to the urgency and the timing of issues when it came to repairs. And we had a long discussion. It's not something that just happened overnight, that it was a knee-jerk reaction. And despite the assurances of the then Minister of Infrastructure, it was an issue we could not get resolved. And so therefore the decision was made to move it back into where it had always been, in the Ministry of Infrastructure. Sorry?
Infrastructure, education.
Yeah, we moved it back into the Ministry of Education, if I said it incorrectly. And that had always been where it was. And the Ministry of Education is very aware of the timing of schools and reopening of schools and when we can do things. And as I said, the level of coordination that we would have expected between the Ministry of Infrastructure and the Ministry of Education did not happen. And it was very vexing. I have to say to you, as a Prime Minister, and particularly the head of cabinet, trying to sit down between the two ministries to resolve this issue every single time, because repairs were very important, Mr. Speaker, could not get resolved, and so the decision was made to move it back into education. I believe that that's where it remains today. I also want to say that, Mr. Speaker, that when we came in and I had the opportunity of going to visit some schools, Mondadon was one of them. And I was shocked that from the time that that school had been built, the level of disrepair that that school was in. In fact, it was an odd situation where that when it rained, it was easier for the teachers to move the students to the balcony than it was to keep them inside of the school. And don't even begin to talk about the state of disrepair and the condition to the washrooms. Babonneau, Soufriere, literally when you went to every quarter of this country, the state of our schools were in utter disrepair. And I could not believe that we had found ourselves where we were sending children to those schools. And that is after we spent $30 million, plus $50 million from CDB. $80 million has been spent in repairing the schools. Every single school in this country was touched. In every single constituency. Whether it was a renovation, whether it was a roof repair, whether it was bathrooms, whether it was new furniture, whether it was a new wing. Every single school. Cicero, John Odlum, just to name two in your own constituency, and many more.
Which Cicero?
Your Cicero school.
Which one?
All right, no problem. I'll be happy to get the details from the member for Castries South because he may have forgotten. But this allegation that we would ever play politics with education in this country, I resent that statement. I resent that allegation. And that's not true. So, Mr. Speaker, the member from Castries Southeast recanted a story of me and the Adenry School. And I want to say there was some truth to that story. The fact is we went in and fixed up that school. Roof, furniture, plumbing, redid all of the bathrooms. And when I went on a tour at the beginning of the school season, which was 1 year after the repairs had been happened there, it wasn't to say that the bathroom was in a poor state because of overuse. It was vandalized. Urinals were smashed. Sinks were smashed. Mirrors were smashed. Doors were kicked in. And we were 2 days before beginning school. And I asked the principal, we're opening up school in 2 days. How could the bathrooms be in this condition? He said, well, Prime Minister, I made a request to the Ministry of Education to get them fixed, and they didn't have enough money to get them fixed. And I said, and so you're going to open up school with them in that condition? I said, didn't we just redo these entire bathrooms? He said, yes. I said, but this is not broken, this is vandalized. At what point would you all have realized that it was vandalized? And who are you going to hold accountable? I remember his words. He said, well, they have X number of students here and we don't know who they are. I said, but it's the boys' bathroom. So it's down to half the population. But the reality is that government must be doing education because we all know, we're all in here repeating the same thing, that we don't have enough money to bring the schools to the level that we have to. And therefore we have to include our communities, and there must be a shared responsibility for maintaining our schools. It is their children who go into the school. Am I the first person to talk about a coup de main at a school? I know that how many capable people they have in Denry who are hard workers, carpenters, masons, plumbers, electricians, and to bring the parents in and for them to take some level of responsibility and for the principal to hold everybody responsible. It's a state asset that belongs, you're 100% right, not Alan Chasney. It belongs to the taxpayers of this country. It belongs to the students and the people who live in those communities who get to use it. And what we're going to now go and borrow money and allow people to just abuse a state asset and nobody wants to hold anyone accountable? Well, I'm sorry. If we're going to make it through this crisis that we're in, we have to manage our resources. You can't come here and just use it as a political ploy to suggest that we mismanage resources and just say that. But when it comes to the actual practicality of holding people accountable in this country for what we're doing. So if you want to take it out of context, that's not a problem. And Mr. Speaker, the double standard by some of the members in this House, it's beyond me. It's not even worth responding to some of the comments that I hear. And I'm not going to. The reality is, I'm not the one who came and spoke about the story. The member from Castries Southeast is the one who did it. And tried, as I said, and I stood up to say how he is conveying facts that he believes to be true is incorrect. And it's out of context. So I was not getting anywhere with the former speaker. So I waited my turn. I listened to the rest of the stuff that he had to say, and I'm going to address it. So, Mr. Speaker, here we are today, Mr. Speaker, that we're boasting. I heard the member from Lavery talk about how great the economy is doing and the fiscal management of the Prime Minister. And you were going to tell me, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Minister of Finance, member from Castries East, that you're going to borrow money at 6% for 5 years, a 2-year moratorium in 5 years? That's the kind of money you go and borrow at a bank. That's commercial money. To go and what? To fix up schools. Now, I'm very happy the money is being spent on schools, but I have to say to you, the revelation of that has raised all kinds of alarm bells in my mind as a former Minister of Finance to say, whoa, wait a second. That's the best we can do? Those are the best terms that we can get to get one loan, and when we get the loan, $5 million of the $15 million is being spent in one school. So how much more money is really being spent in the other 16 schools? So if one of the schools is $5 million, and of the remaining 15 schools, we're going to spend $10 million. That is not even going to be close to solving the problems that we have in education and lifting our education product to another level. We are far away from achieving the minimal amount that we should. And that brings up a much bigger issue that we're scared to discuss in this House. And we play politics with it in terms of how do we resolve the problems in this country. $6% for 5 years. Wow. The member from Castries Southeast spoke about the cost of operation in Martinique. And the point I was trying to say to him across the floor, make sure the public can hear, is that Martinique is 440,000 people. And that hospital was built not just for Martinique, but also for Guadeloupe, which is another 300 and something thousand people. And completely subsidized by France. These are not tax monies that are generated in Martinique. The French government is sending them money. And the question is, how do we take advantage of the French government spending that kind of money? But it brings up a much bigger issue that we have to deal with, because he's 100% right. When we came into government, the only thing that the former government could have achieved with OKU is to do a naming ceremony. You couldn't open it. And you weren't honest with the public as to why you couldn't open it. You could not open it because you did not have the money to operate it. And we've repeated it. Victoria Hospital is $35 million, and it was not even being run properly. OKEU is air-conditioned and automated and bigger. Therefore, it's going to cost us much more money, even though it had a little bit less of the number of beds. But OKU was built and designed because we were supposed to be decentralizing our healthcare services. And that work had not even begun as yet, Mr. Speaker. Had not begun. And there was a report by the University of West Indies that said that to move into OKEU would cost $75 million. So you're talking about $40 million more a year than what Victoria Hospital was. And already, healthcare was the largest budgetary item that we had. And of that budgetary item, 85% of that budget is for salaries. Nurses and doctors. 15% was being allocated to the operating cost of Victoria. And when you went into Victoria, the operating procedures there were zero. Zero. I remember walking in and seeing the cashier, and she had a big box. I said, wow, that's a lot of people in one day. She said to me, no, PM. They come here every quarter to get the receipts. There are some people who profess to have some accounting backgrounds in this house. Okay? How are you going to reconcile your accounts on a quarterly basis? In fact, this Victoria was not even collecting the money. That's the sad reality. So when we talk about the problems that we have in education, we also have them in health. We also now have them in the police force. We have a serious operational deficit in this country. But there are no two more important in my mind than health and education. So how much money are we really going to have to spend? And we already had accepted as a government that we were going to have to increase the allocation to cover the cost of OKEU. And that does not even take into consideration an expanded operation at St. Jude's. And let's not run away from St. Jude's, because we fool ourselves every day. We fool ourselves every single day in this country about St. Jude's, because we treat it as a statutory agency, and we send an allocation. In my day it was 18 million. I don't know how much it is now. But that's not money is sufficient, and St. Jude's has survived because they have found a way to collect money where Victoria hadn't. But it's not enough. And when we move into the new facility, wherever that new facility is, whether it's a new building or the old building, the operating costs are going to go up significantly from what they are now. So we have a financial crisis that is looming in this country with healthcare. And yes, and that is why there are two different solutions that are being proposed. This government that wants to tell you that they're going to have universal healthcare. So if you're going to have universal healthcare, so the state is going to pay for all of it. You're raising $33 million, and you said that you're going to divide that between security and health. Again, we have no idea how you're dividing it.
Member for Microsoft, I've allowed you a certain degree of latitude to go on and respond to what some of the members would have said, but I don't know how healthcare and St. Jude's ties with the motion that we have before us, which deals with a loan from the Import-Export Bank. So can you just come back on track?
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking to healthcare as it is relative to the financing of our budget and the limitations that we have with education because of the financing of the education budget. And we're here to talk about borrowing money for education. And Mr. Speaker, I sat here and listened to the latitude that was given to the members. We spoke about Carrie Chris report. We spoke all about other things. So, Mr. Speaker, I would certainly like to be given the same latitude, and particularly given that I am only two opposition people here.
Member for Miku South, we have a motion before us. Motion speaks clearly. I've given you latitude, as I've said, and you will not dictate what the chair does here, and you will not dictate what amount of latitude that I give you. That is solely with the chair. I would appreciate if you would continue and address the motion before us. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest amount of respect, I'm going to take the same latitude that everybody else took. So I will continue. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to look holistically at the financing of our government if in fact that we're going to be able to provide healthcare services, infrastructure, education, even crime. We have a serious crisis in this country. And when I'm seeing a government that's going to come and borrow money at 6%, Mr. Speaker, 6%, 2-year moratorium at 5 years. How do you use that kind of money if you're going to be using that kind of money to repair schools? Mr. Speaker, we're in trouble. This country is in trouble. Mr. Speaker, members questioned the VAT rate and everything else. The reality is that we have to grow this country. The member from Labrie, Mr. Speaker, quoted the Carrie Chris report.
and spoke specifically about the $300 million that we borrowed during the COVID period, and said we were such a wicked government that we did not provide support. And he listed a whole bunch of things, which were all erroneous because we did provide support to all those groups. But the $300 million that we borrowed, Mr. Speaker, was to make up for the shortfall of revenue because the economy was shut. And exactly what the member said from Labrie. The economy contracted by 24%, and we've had that discussion. It contracted more than anybody else in the OECS because our GDP had been rebased to create, because tourism was given a much bigger role in our economy than it had before. The same thing that will happen in all of the other OECS countries. Sorry? 300 million? Oh my gosh. We borrowed $300 million. And the $300 million, Mr. Speaker, was used to pay salaries. Salaries. We had an operating cost. We had $44 million a month for salaries, $30 million for debt financing, and $30 million a month for operating the government. And the fact is, the monies that we borrowed from CDB, the monies we borrowed from the IMF, the monies we borrowed from the World Bank, we could not use that money to pay on debt. So that means the revenue that we were generating, which was limited because it dropped from $100 million a month to $50 million a month. So where's the rest of the money going to come from to pay salaries and to pay the operating cost? Where was it going to come from? And when he speaks about stimulus, every single civil servant in this country went through COVID without a pay cut and got their salary every single month. That was a form of stimulus. That was a form of stimulus. And we made sure, and every single person that was owed money, they were paid. So the government did not go into default. And that is why we can have a report from Caracas. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, I don't even have to go there because it's the same government that was in opposition that said, who believes that tourism can come back? Tourism could never come back. There's only one person who believes that tourism can come back, and who said that we should not be focusing on construction. What are the two things that drove the economic growth for this country in 2021 and 22? Tourism and construction. That put us in a place. This is the same group of people that said that the debt to GDP was going to go past 90%, 100%, scaring everybody, telling everybody how we had mismanaged the economy. And guess what? It made it to 90%, which we knew it had to go to 90%, because when you have a decline of your GDP by 24%, there's nothing you did. It declined from one day to the next day. Not a gradual decline. The whole thing just dropped. It dropped. And we said, we will get tourism going, we will use construction and stimulate the economy and grow at a much faster pace than we were before. It was the opposition that said it could not happen. Today you are enjoying the benefits, the fruits of that policy. You are. The economy grew by 12.5%. The economy grew by 18.5%. Read the Carriage report. Based on what? On tourism and construction. On tour, the same people you said you can't eat roads. And we said the things that we could not do right now. So let us focus our effort on how we can create jobs for people. So it means all the civil servants stayed employed. The government paid its debts. And the government stimulated and opened up the doors for tourism. And I'm waiting for the minister because he gave it a very nice report. I hope he knows how to read it. I hope he knows how to read it. So when you speak about that we inherited a surplus, I don't know what planet the member from Labrie is coming from. I think he's gone from being in a plane now to a rocket. He's flying at an altitude that I don't know. What happened to something went wrong and we cannot borrow any money? Is that the statements a Minister of Finance would make if in fact the economy was so great? Because you had 1 year in which you were able to balance your stuff, and then when the member wants to talk about in 2019 the economy is in recession. You know what he's talking about? The economy contracted by 0.1% in 2019. And we've explained repeatedly because COVID hit in February and March and it impacted the revenues.
You cannot contract if you're spending the money wisely.
Negative 1/10%. Mr. Speaker, when members want to now, he talks about people misusing or misquoting facts, that is a complete misquote, because if it was not for that, we grew the economy every single year.
Something the Labour Party could not do. They couldn't do it. They couldn't grow it. And now you've come in and you want to stand on a box as if you did something. Every single thing that caused the economy to grow in 2021 and 2022, every single thing, you criticized. You said no. You said no. You said it cannot happen. The quote there is the member sat there multiple times and said that it's only Alan Chastney who believes, nobody else in the world believes that tourism will come back.
Member for Labrie.
You did not say so? You said so. I'm going to say that loud for everybody to hear. The Prime Minister is saying he never said that I was the only person that believed that tourism grew. The same gentleman who said, I never knew that tourism was so important to our economy. A former Minister of Tourism. That's what he said. And I'm very happy to repeat it because it's very easy to show that because the tapes are there. This government has lost. All y'all know how to do is to protect the victory. That's it.
And that's what you did.
So, Mr. When we now talk about a caring government, a passionate government, right? Wow. I have to sit there and reflect on that statement, Mr. Speaker. Honestly. You're telling me that you told us the stories about the smell of poverty. You've told us the stories about the fish horn and people who want to buy fish and they cannot buy fish and the hardships that people are going on. You know all of that. Yet you will increase taxes in St. Lucia. You will allow bus fares to go up. You've not once reprimanded Lucia about the fuel surcharges that are taking place. And then you implement a policy. You say it yourself. I didn't say it. You said it. You said it's not going to impact the cost of food, and it has. And yet you still don't want to admit that.
Member for Mickle South. Member for Mickle South. We are debating a motion to borrow an amount of $6 million from the African Export-Import Bank to finance the construction of social infrastructure and other facilities damaged or destroyed by Tropical Storm Brett under an education rehabilitation climate-linked facility. Please ensure that your contribution is in line with the motion before us. I will not allow you to continue if you are not going to address the motion that is before us. Continue, Member for Mickle South.
Mr. Speaker, I continue to address the motion, but I also continue to speak to the lack of foresight on this motion. That this government would now recognize the need for education, this late stage in their administration, and are so desperate to go and do something now, would turn around and borrow money at 6% for 7 years, and want to come home and say that, oh, we're heroes.
Member for Labrie and Member for Ancillary, allow the member to be heard in silence, please.
Okay? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're here to discuss. And examples of other things that they have done to mismanage the economy. Of course. I have nowhere to run to. Okay? In fact, I like to stay here and listen and be entertained by all the stuff. Mr. Speaker, I have to say to you, Mr. Speaker, if there are more presentations like the presentation by the member from Cass-Free Southeast, which I found despicable, disrespectful, and there's no place for that kind of discussion in the House. If the member wants to do that, all means go to the market steps and speak away. But it was a disrespect to this House to have that kind of conversation. And of all the people who wants to now question people's character, really. So, Mr. Speaker, I applaud that we're fixing up schools. It's necessary. But I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, that there is no plan for any continuity of the work that we're talking about here. I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Education, hopefully you'll give me that latitude, Mr. Speaker, spoke about the e-books. The e-books was an initiative to give kids a learning device that would have restricted their access to the internet. So it would be only for educational purposes. When the member from Dennery North and the Minister of Education wants to mislead the House and speak about a foreigner bringing the content into the books, I mean, I had to sit there and ask the member from Choiseul if in fact that I heard that correct. Where do you think the curriculum came from? The curriculum is the same books in our curriculum. And then when the member wants to try to play as an economist, right? You should stay out of that domain and speak about, the money for the license fee is money that's being exported to the US. So when you're buying books for $1,000, where's it going? Where is it going? The school books he's buying, because the license fee was to replace the school books. And so instead of the students having to spend annually $1,000 plus on school books, now they could have gotten an e-book in which it was $250. And the fact is, because of COVID, the same government who say they want to say that we had no stimulus, the government paid for the license fee for 3 years for everybody. Now I want to say that he's heading in a direction that I applaud, but it has nothing to do with the e-books. The e-book created the platform. And I'm glad now, I am so glad now that they've recognized that empty computers are not going to solve the problem. And now that we're investing in creating a program to do what? To take the same curriculum? So what you're paying, the license fee that you're paying for, is for the technology. It's for the technology. $250 instead of spending $1,000 plus. And more importantly, no, not US, EC. EC. 250 per subject. Oh, Minister, please, Minister, get your facts right. Get your PS is there. I would suggest you go and speak to the PS. Okay? Crazy. At the end of the day, we did it for 3 years during COVID, and to get people so they had a choice. If they wanted to stay on the books, they could. And we knew over time that people would much rather the e-books. You're talking about that the e-books have gone bad? You're the ones who abandoned the e-books. Where was the concern when you made the decision to go and get laptops and you had all the e-books already that we paid for? Where was that concern? And with the e-books, every single time that their new edition was updated, it was updated for free. And it was also a training tool for the teachers. Maybe you want to come to the House and you want to discuss. Let's have a debate. The member from Labrie said, let's have an intellectual debate. Let's have that intellectual debate. Any day you want to have the debate to compare the e-books to the laptop, I will have that debate with you. And it goes through the cost and the effectiveness. Teachers now know that students are doing their homework. We know how much time the kids are spending on the programming. We know that they have the proper links, and we're giving them a device that when they get into the workforce, that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Correct. Mr. Speaker, I know the members on the other side know better, and they're just blowing a lot of hot air, something they're very accustomed to being able to do. But the facts speak very differently to what the members are saying on the opposite side. Very differently to what they're saying. I look forward to the report. Invite me. I'm very happy to come. No problem. I want to be able to participate. So, Mr. Speaker, I applaud the government for continuing the program, as my colleague said. You know, Mr. Speaker, I heard two members in particular from the House. I'm very happy the Entrepreneur School is getting repaired, but I'm also happy with the fact that during our administration, we started repairs at the school. I'm very happy that we did Mondador and so many other schools. So don't come when the member from Castries North wants to sit here and talk about talk and everything else. Really? How many years he's been in the House? He was Prime Minister, Minister of Education, all of these things, and all those years the state of the schools in his constituency remained at that level? Really? Had he never gone to Mondador? That's good. You didn't make that up. I'm very happy, but I need T. Rocher. Okay? So, Mr. Speaker, every single school was touched. There was nothing to do with politics. So I want to dismiss that right away. And I want to dismiss the idea that they have members in this House who are bragging about how many years they've been in Parliament and have been at different levels of ministry and now want to come and talk about, finally, that there's some work taking place. How come you didn't do anything before? You cared so much? You cared so much? You cared? And that was the condition? You didn't see what the state of the bathrooms were? You didn't see the state of the electricity? Everywhere I went. Tell me about the Blanchard School. What about it? And I fixed it. And every year you have to fix it. The roofs, the electricity, the plumbing. There we go. Horses. The same horses that you just came from doing. Mr. Speaker? You see that, Mr. Speaker? You do not want to have a serious discussion. You do not want to be held accountable for your own deeds. If we're going to move this country forward, we have to recognize, Mr. Speaker, if we're going to solve the problems in education, we need to grow the economy. But this government wants to tax the economy. You will never grow this economy by taxing it. Never. And I guarantee you that even with the march, that people are going to suffer even more in this country if this government insists on holding on to the 2.5% tax. No, absolutely. And that's why we wanted to put a health care insurance program. And the way the health care insurance program, and you know, the member wants to talk about, may I? Because they brought it up. The member from Castries Southeast wants to speak, it's always my time. The member from Castries Southeast wants to talk about the health insurance versus universal health care. What a joke. What a joke. Yeah, seriously. So the insurance program we were putting in was the first step, but it was a first step that would help everyone. And everybody would be making the step up forward. You want to come in now? It's there. You didn't want to do it. You're the ones who went and promoted universal health care. I want to see how you're going to do universal health care. And you think that by fooling the people and telling them you're going to help the elderly 80 years old? People are laughing at you all. People are laughing at you all. You don't hear? You don't want to hear? People are laughing at you all.
And they did laugh at you for not doing that thing.
Oh, they did, and they put me out. But I'm saying to you, what we did, what we're doing is much better than what you're doing. So I think the collapse you're going to have is even greater. And now that you're in, and you said all the misinformation and the propaganda, now it's time for you to deliver. Go and deliver to the people of this country a better education system. Go and deliver to the people a better healthcare system. And good luck in thinking that you can do that by taxing the country. Good luck in pretending that you're listening to the poorest of the poor. Keep fooling yourself and fooling yourself as to how people, the resilience that people have. Solutions are the most resilient people. Really? Because they suffer in silence?
Okay. But that's why
they suffer in silence? But that's okay. It's okay. I'm only saying to you, it's for you whether you want to take the advice or not. Okay? No, obviously you're not. You know what you're doing. And that's why I'm saying to you, you all are on a road to catastrophe, and the sad reality is too many people in this country are going to suffer because of your incompetence. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castries East.
Thank you.
a few more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I would have liked to just round up the debate on the $6 million facility that we are borrowing, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I cannot allow the minister, the member from Mikusov, to get away with the things that he is saying, Mr. Speaker. I can't. Mr. Speaker, the member for Mikusov speaks about borrowing at 6% to fix schools at a time when interest rates are rising. Globally, interest rates are rising globally. But as the same Minister of Finance, when the banks were asked when interest was actually at zero, when liquidity was high in the national market, that's the same member who borrowed to build roads at 6% over 5 years. the same Minister of Finance, finds it wrong to borrow now to fix schools at 6% at a time of rising interest rates globally. But that's the same minister, when he's Minister of Finance, he declined a loan at 2.5% for 20 years to build a Groseley highway. This thing, you know, when the member from Microsoft began to speak, as if he was never in government. There was a loan from the Kuwaitis, 25 years, 2.5%, 5 years of interest free. 5 years. 5 years grace period, moratorium. To build the Groseley Street Highway from Shock to Groseley and feeder roads in Miku North, Viewfort North. He stopped it at 2.5%. He stopped it. 25 years. And he went and he borrowed money at 6%.
Who? He?
Yes.
He that just complained about it?
He had just complained about it. DFC.
The member for Miku.
After he had put a tax of $1.50 that he said will be in a lockbox.
And the economic
and up to today, the economy can't go with taxes, but you put a tax of $1.50, said per gallon of gas, put it in a lockbox. Up to today, we cannot find that lockbox, but still left over $200 million of DFC loans to pay.
That's not true.
That is the Minister of Finance. That's the guy speaking. That's the gentleman who is speaking about handling the finances of this country.
That's not true. That's not true. Defend yourself.
That is the Minister of Finance. That's the Minister.
You're not worried if it?
Because we borrowed the money from the Taiwanese, 20 years, 5-year moratorium.
You borrowed more from the Taiwanese, but you borrowed from. What about the money you borrowed? What about the DFCs? Where are the DFCs? Where are the DFCs? COVID and DFCs. What's the two? But there was no COVID and you declined the loan at 2.5%. Why you did it? Why you did it?
The loan was never approved. You say the loan was approved. When we came in, no loan was approved. No loan was approved. The memo says, I thought they must have been indicting him and you didn't tell us.
You will not proceed with the road because of the effect of equity.
That's not true. And I went and poured another money.
So that is the member, the same member who declined a loan at 2.5%, but went to borrow after COVID at a time when interest rates were low, because he thought he had done a poll and the poll said roads would win the election. So he went, and instead of going through the process of road building, he borrowed at 6% over 5 years to his favorite contractor, and also borrowed from the Taiwanese also. So he had a double whammy. And look at the roads that he built, and asked me for the returns on these roads, and he left a bill of $200 million for which we have to pay every year.
200 million?
Every year for roads. And he said the $1.50 was supposed to go in a lockbox. The $1.50 went into the consolidated account, Mr. Speaker. It's a consolidated account, Mr. Speaker. And he comes and he speaks about the roads, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, here is the minister, when he was Minister of Finance, the OKEU was ready. There was a transition team prepared to move into the OKU. We had already dealt with the Martinicans, the French assistants to the OKU. He fired the transition team, and he left us with a bill with Cayman City for $11 million, which I had to pay.
That's true.
That is the member from Microsoft who's talking about OKU Hospital, you know. And when COVID struck, he was forced to use the same team of people he had fired to move from Victoria Hospital to COVID.
How much you had to pay Cayman City again?
$11 million. $11 million. We took a loan to pay it. And so I suspect the member from Microsoft doesn't remember he was in government. He does remember. So he comes and he speaks as if that's the same member. The same member, Mr. Speaker, who left payables of $184 million owed to local suppliers and NIC. $184 million of local payables. That's the same Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, that is the same minister when he was Minister of Finance. St. Lucia borrowed the most in the entire OECS for COVID. St. Lucia borrowed the most. All the countries borrowed. St. Lucia borrowed the most because the St. Lucian economy was the worst. Yes, and they borrowed, and he comes and he boasts about management of the economy. St. Lucia borrowed the most. All countries suffered from COVID, but he borrowed the most, Mr. Speaker. That's what he did. Mr. Speaker, that is the same minister, the same man when he was Minister of Finance. That was the same man he was Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker. He said a few minutes ago, how will you finance health? How will you finance health care in this country? Go ahead, talk. Go ahead. When you finish, you'll talk. Because what you want to do, you want people not to hear what I say, so you're talking across me. Go ahead, talk. So, I want you to talk.
There's only one Prime Minister inside there.
I want you to talk.
That's right, there's only one Prime Minister. Exactly.
But you're talking. Go ahead and talk.
Go ahead.
Well,
you're talking, I will say thing.
What I'm saying to you,
When I'm standing, you're talking. I should do the same thing. Let's go.
You finish? You finish? Huh? You finish talking to him? That is the same Prime Minister. The same when he was Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker. When he was Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, he inflicted on the people of this country a 1.50 cents tax for gas. He said that money was in a black box. A lockbox, sorry. A lockbox, sorry. He said it was a lockbox. Up to today, no one can find that lockbox and where that money was. That money went, all he had to say is the money went into the consolidated fund. That's all he had to say. But no, he insists it went into a lockbox, Mr. Speaker. But while the money was in the lockbox to construct roads, he said, he just admitted he borrowed from the Taiwanese, and he borrowed money at 6% for DFCs. 6% for DFCs over 5 years at a time of low interest rates. Compare these interest rates at the time with interest rates now in the global market, and you see the difference. But he sits there and he stands and he pretends he's almighty and a manager of the economy. Look at interest rates now. Look at the state of the world economy now and the state of the world economy when you were in government. After COVID, there was actually deflation. Prices went down. There was deflation after COVID because the supply chain was blocked. There was deflation. Right now, inflation is at the highest it ever was for several decades. But these are facts, simple facts, Mr. Speaker. We understand that the cost of food is going up. We understand that. We have taken steps, and we continue to take steps, and we'll continue to have discussions with the largest importer of food in the country. We'll continue to have discussions with them. But part of the answer to the increase in food prices is import substitution And part of the answer is to grow local food. When I stood up and I said that we should move to consume more of our bananas, they papi showed me. They laughed at me. They said I was a fool because I said we'll use more of our local produce. I said that we must try to grow more of what we are eating. And for emphasis, I reversed it. For emphasis, they tried to papi show me again. That was the cost. That was the part of the remedy to high food prices. Have your own kitchen garden, grow your own food, try to practice import substitution. I said so. Instead of the member for Miku South, instead of the agreeing and say to the government, let us work on some sort of serious import substitution to try to reduce, to consume more of our local food. The papi showed me, they played politics. The same thing they are doing now with the reduction in VAT in sanitary products. The same thing, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, the Prime Minister of England will speak about period poverty. But no, just for cheap political, the same thing he's doing there today, cheap political mileage, he refuses to accept these facts, Mr. Speaker. Fact is, Mr. Speaker, this Lucian economy did worse than any economy in the OECS after COVID. That's a fact. That's a fact, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, let us get back to repairs to schools, Mr. Speaker, and Hurricane Thomas. Mr. Speaker, when the member for Viewfort South was Minister of Finance, he made the point that the economy was in transition. He said the economy was in transition. Again, they probably showed him, Mr. Speaker, who built, under whose government the most hotels were built in this country. Under which government? Which government passed the Tourism Incentives Act? Which government passed the Tourism Incentives Act to supplement the old Tourism Incentives Act? A new one. Which government, Mr. Speaker, attracted the most hotel investment in this country? And you're speaking about we do not understand the benefits of tourism? Let me explain to you what I said about tourism, because you know, it's your habit. You see, you are fooling yourself. That's why you said 15-2 was no majority. I was in London trying to do a promotion with the Minister of Tourism. He was there about after COVID. We were trying the promotion in London. And I said to the audience, tourism, I was Minister of Tourism, and the record is clear. Compare my tenure as Minister of Tourism with yours. Let's compare it. Let's go look at the rivals. And you know, I don't want to come and boast like you know, but facts. But you know, sometimes I will have to state the facts. Let's count the hotels that were built when you were Minister of Tourism and I was there. Let's count the increase in visitor arrivals when I was Minister of Tourism when he was there. Let's look about the nature heritage tourism program that brought tourism to the people when I was there and when you were there. Let's look at the Ansari fish fry that brought tourism to the village of Ansari when he was Minister of Finance and I was Minister of Tourism when you were there. Let us look at the Denny fish fry when he was Prime Minister as Minister of Tourism when you were there.
Only 3 years.
Let's look at it. Let us look at it. Let us look at the difference. Let us look at the difference between that time, your tourism management, and my tourism management. Let's look at it. But that is for another show. Look at the money you had. The man from Mykonos, there was 50 million. You know what you did? You bought a tent. You bought a tent. You bought a tent and you had boxing in paradise. That's your tourism promotion. You had boxing in paradise. You spent millions of dollars of boxing in paradise and you got $180 worth of return. That's your record. That's your record. That's your record for boxing in paradise. You built a tent. You bought a tent. You bought a tent for $100,000 of dollars. That's what you did. That's what you did. So let's talk about tourism. Let's talk about tourism. Let's talk about who did the National Conservation Authority to clean the beaches in this country. Let's talk about tourism. You want to bring the tourism debate? I want to debate with you. Let's talk about tourism. Let's talk about your contribution in tourism. Let's talk about the money that you got to promote tourism and the money we got, and look at the returns. Look at the cost per visitor in my term and the cost of visitor in your term. Let's do this maths. Let's do this maths, because you believe because you can talk, because you believe, because you.
I just wanted you to are you taking your own money? Anyone of you taking your own money?
Now you see where you're going. Now you see what he's doing. You see what he's saying. Has any one of you taken your own money and built a hotel? You see where he's going. He's getting personal. Now if we answer, he'll rush on the radio station and say, you see what he's saying about me? You see what he's saying about me? Personal attacks. You hear what he's saying? You hear what he's saying? He is saying, which one of us have taken our own money to build a hotel?
So he said he did.
That's what he said. So he said he did. Now, if we go into all kinds of things now, if we go down that path now and begin to talk about conflict of interest, etc., he'll complain. You see what he's saying? But he opens the door. But I'm not going there. I'm not going there. So, Mr. Speaker, this member, when he was Minister of Finance, he comes here and he says that we are borrowing money to fix schools, and he is afraid, he's ashamed the economy will crash. He's been saying the economy will crash since July 2021. Been saying that, been wishing and praying for the economy to crash. Wishing. Anytime he gets up in the morning, he says, Lord, make the economy crash. That's what he's wishing for the economy to crash. That's what he says all over the time. He wants the economy to crash. He wishes. Right now, he's predicting. Look at what growth will be. The same member who said we'll not be able to pay civil servants. He and his people said we can't pay civil servants. Look at what will happen. He said we'll attract no investment because he has the most charisma in the world and he can talk to international people. He supported these theories. But you don't know his history of investment. He found the Range Hotel that he caused the hotel not to be built, and he had to pay the owner of the Range. That's his history. Mr. Speaker, we're going to go into history. But because the member of Microsoft believes he can go out there with his surrogates and say whatever they want. Say whatever they want. Cause people to insult people on social media. Write all kinds of things that are not true, and he will get away with it. We agree that the cost of food is high. We agree that. The Minister of Commerce has taken several steps to reduce the price of food, Mr. Speaker. But he is also saying that we don't have enough money to fund school repairs and to fund health care. But he has never said, how are we going to fund health care and health insurance? Never. The health insurance, and he said you want me to pay the tip when you talk about health insurance?
Of course. Please. I'm so tired of the threats.
You think that you should?
You'll just prove his speaks untruth.
So the tips are wrong. The tips are wrong. What you say is wrong. What you say is wrong.
You said it's a recording of you. A recording of what you said. But you even deny, you might say that. That's what you would say is fake. You never meet a man who say what he denied immediately what he said.
First of all, he said he never spoke about public flogging, eh?
Yeah.
Remember he didn't say that? Yes. You can play it. You can play it. I want you to play it.
Yeah.
I want you to play it. Play it. So let me explain to you what I said. Let me first of all play.
What the Labour Party has done in the past in the South and what they are doing today.
Today, yes.
they should be publicly flogged for what they're doing.
Yes, yes.
Okay?
Yes.
They should be publicly flogged. They should be publicly flogged.
That's one. Let me tell.
But you just said you never said anybody should be publicly flogged.
You said I said everybody should be publicly flogged. I said who? Who did I say that should be publicly flogged? All the people that are causing people to suffer in this country. That's the people who should be flogged. We're going to put on a 2.5% tax at this time with what is going on in this country. And you want to do that?
2.5% levy has to go. In April 2019, Cabinet took a decision to form a National Health Insurance Levy Committee. That is why I'm saying to all of you tonight, I'm begging all of you all a favor. We're going to have another march because you know why? The 2.5% levy has to go. In April 2019, Cabinet took a decision to form a National Health Insurance Levy Committee. Levy Committee. Levy Committee.
Insurance. Yes. You want to make the same thing? A national health insurance.
Levy.
Everybody will be.
But you said levy there.
But who is it? Everybody's not going to be insurance levy.
It's a tax.
But everybody. But
Wasn't a tax.
But isn't
a tax.
remember
Wasn't in fact an
the health insurance is a tax. It's a tax. The health insurance levy is a tax. It's a tax. It's a tax similar to the health and insurance levy that you passed, that you were in the government when it passed. You were in the government passed, and you came here. You came here.
Member for Castries East, just hold on. Member for Miku South, I've been just this quiet observer here. Can you allow the member to continue his rebuttal? Go ahead, member.
Mr. Speaker, now he says a health insurance levy is not a tax. What's a levy? What's a levy? A levy is a scheme. he said a health insurance scheme now. It's a scheme. You're right. It's a scheme. He said it was a health insurance scheme. Mr. Speaker, he is the only one. He knows about health insurance, Mr. Speaker. The great United States, Obamacare was health insurance. Obamacare, up to today, they're still trying to decipher Obamacare. There was never any concrete proposal about that I saw about health insurance. There was never any, but they are criticizing our universal health care program. They're criticizing it. They're criticizing it. As usual, they laugh, they papi show. The maternal care, the universal health care. We've said it will happen in stages. They laugh at the stages. They laugh. But the poor pregnant mothers, and you know, when you speak about these things, they tell you you're playing politics, even say you're being racist. The poor pregnant mothers, when they were expecting a baby, they could not get any of the tests that were necessary before their prenatal care. Now, under the universal health care, these mothers are getting that attention which they deserve. And you cannot deny it. You can't deny it. Even though you try to papi show it and play as if it doesn't exist, you can't deny it. You can't deny that we've removed VAT on Pampers. You understand? And you saying that we did it for 2 years. We did it for 2 years in the first instance, but you did it for no years. You never did it. You never understood period poverty. You never understood what it means. And that is something all over the world, you can't deny it. You never understood what it means for a young mother to have to make a choice between buying these products and feeding a child. You never understand it. You never understood it. We never put VAT on any. Anyhow, I worry about you. We removed VAT. We removed VAT on it. We removed VAT on sanitary napkins, Mr. Speaker. We remove VAT on sanitary napkins. But you You understand? But that is a problem. That's a problem. The problem is the delusion that he is feeling. The delusion. So, Mr. Speaker, we are moving on. Payables. $184 million of payables to local suppliers and the NIC. That's what he left. $184 million. $200 million of DFCs at 6% for roads when he could get the same roads built at 2.5%. That's what he left behind, Mr. Speaker. That's what he left behind. $11 million to Cayman City. Fired the transition team to move from Victoria Hospital to OKU. Fired the team of St. Lucians. Fired them. And he had a big ceremony at Cap Estate. And again, the tape, what he said. What he said in the tape. Cayman City, no faith in the capability and the capacity of St. Lucians. No faith. Same thing he repeated there, in other words, a while ago. No faith in St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker. No faith. No faith, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, and again, even though, you see, Mr. Speaker, he back on SLASPA again. I will repeat, because those who did not hear about SLASPA, and let me tell them again about SLASPA, again, because you know he wants me to say it. I'll say it again. He opened the door. SLASPA has not changed in any significant way. The port operations, the cargo operations will continue to be handled by SLASPA. In 2019, 82% of SLASPA's revenue came from port operations. That will not change. In 2019, 11% of SLASPA's revenue came from port operations. That is going to change. The 11% is going to change. It will go to GPH, for GPH to upgrade the cruise facilities in the country, including the vendors arcade. In 2022, 91% of SLASPA's revenue came from the cargo operations. That will not change. In 2022, only 4% of SLASPA's revenue came from cruise. That will change. In 2023 to date, 86% of SLASPA's revenue came from cargo operations. Only 9% came from cruise operations. The 86% will not change. SLASPA continues to be a statutory board with dual ministries on control, infrastructure, and finance. SLASPA will continue. SLASPA staff will not be affected. SLASPA was involved in the GPH agreement and the GPH, what's happening at GPH. GPH already operates ports in Antigua, ports in the Bahamas. And if you go to the Bahamas, you will see what port GPH operates in the Bahamas. So GPH is not a company that's just came from nowhere. We are insisting that GPH delivers on the promises that they make to the people of St. Lucia, and the Minister of Tourism is ensuring that these promises are delivered, Mr. Speaker. The ports were not sold. The ports were not sold because 83% of more than 80% of the operations of the port will continue to be done by SLASPA. So that is the story about SLASPA and the ports. That is the reality of the situation. What we're not saying is that the cruise operations are going to be upgraded. The loan will be liquidated, and SLASPA will have increased capacity and better fiscal strength to deal with the cargo operations. And in that case, they can upgrade the cargo operations at the ports, Mr. Speaker. That is the story of SLASPA. And speaking about PPPs, Mr. Speaker, the member from Mico South insists that the same minister, the same gentleman who speaks about debt and grow the economy refuses to understand that PPPs do not increase the debt burden on the country. And all the international financial organizations are recommending that governments use PPPs to develop the infrastructure and reduce the debt burden. That's a fact. And these things are factual. They cannot be denied with rhetoric. These are factual. PPPs are the preferred way for infrastructure development. Roads in Jamaica now, major roads have been built through PPPs. Major roads, Mr. Speaker, all over the developing world. PPPs are the way. You came into government and you found a PPP complete for United International Airport. Complete. United International Airport, as we speak, could have been finished. The terminal could have been finished. You cancelled it. And you instructed SLASPA, the same SLASPA that you're speaking about. There's a report that says you instructed SLASPA. I've never instructed SLASPA. You know, and so you seem to forget that you're in government. He's forgetting excuses for everything he did. Excuses for everything he did, Mr. Speaker. The only party that we refer to as run for, the only party Richard Frederick will be able to defend himself. He is a lawyer. Mr. Speaker, you have the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to look at what happened in the case of the land at Banan and what happened with DSH in Viewford. You can compare and you can contrast, Mr. Speaker. You can look at the size of the property, you can look at the cost of the property, and you look at DSH. You understand, Mr. Speaker? But that is going to come at another stage, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, attacking journalists, his habit, he can't help himself. You can imagine, right away attacking a journalist. He cannot help himself, Mr. Speaker, and he wants to talk about what I said to a journalist. I'll say what I said again. The journalist asked me whether I had read a report. I said to him, that's not his business. I didn't insult him. I called him no names. I said, that is not your business, because what I read or what I will read is my business. I never threatened him. I never called him any names. That's all I said. But you want to use that? Huh? I didn't call his editor. You know, Mr. Speaker, I never called his editor. You know, up to now, there are people here who call editors and tell and complain to them that reports are not doing the right thing. I've never called an editor. Never. I've never called a radio station and complained about news. Never. I've never done that. I've allowed the press a free rein. You want to make a fuss and say, because I told a man, that's not your business? If you ask me, what's my, that's not your business. I didn't tell him to ask a question. After, I continued to answer the questions that he posed on me. But what was not relevant was what I had read. So, Mr. Speaker, we are very happy that we are borrowing money to fix schools. And the minister said he knows it's not enough. Of course he knows, but it's a start. He speaks about school repairs, Mr. Speaker, but he never remembers Hurricane Thomas in 2010. He's forgotten that. He's forgotten Hurricane Thomas in 2010 not only damaged infrastructure, but damaged many schools. And what we inherited in 2010 was the Bad Hill. You remember all the problems in the Bad Hill that we had to repair? So we had stuff, and that's why climate change is such a threat to the region, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that the African Export Bank has borrowed that money to us. And as I said before, we will remain focused on the work we have to do to improve this country. The Ministry of Education is trying its best with limited resources. Of course, we know the resources are limited, but we're trying the best with what we have, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue. And if you outline the things we've done for education in the first 2 years since we're in government, and the things that they did for education in the first 2 years that were in government, let's make a comparison. The time will come for the comparison, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank members for their support, and I look forward to the construction and the repairs of these schools. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to borrow an amount of US $6 million, the loan from the African Export-Import Bank, to finance the construction of social infrastructure and other facilities damaged or destroyed by tropical storm under an education, rehabilitation, climate-linked facility. And be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 7 years, commencing from the date of disbursement of the loan, inclusive of a grace period of 2 years. B, the loan is repayable in equal semi-annual installments on the 30th day of June and the 41st day of December of each year after the grace period. C, interest rate is payable at a rate of 6% per annum. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Whereas is provided by Section 62(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 15.01, the Act, that the Minister of Finance may by affirmative resolution of Parliament borrow from a bank or other financial institution for the capital or current expenditure of government. And whereas is further provided by Section 64 of the Act, that money borrowed by the government must be paid into and form part of the consolidated fund. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to borrow an amount of US dollars 1.203.224 from the CARICOM Development Fund, the fund, to finance the Patience Community Water Supply Project. And whereas the loan is repayable in 10 years, commencing from the first due date after a grace period of 2 years following the date of the first disbursement, and whereas the loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments, and whereas the loan payments commence on the 40th day of March, the 40th day of June, the 40th day of September, and the 40th day of December of each year, and whereas interest payable is payable at a rate of 3% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed on outstanding, be it resolved that the Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow the amount of US dollars 1,203,224, the loan from the CARICOM Development Fund, the fund, to finance the Patience Community Water Supply Project. Be it further resolved that the loan is repayable in 10 years, commencing from the first due date after a grace period of 2 years following the date of the first disbursement. The loan is repayable in 40 equal, approximate equal, and consecutive quarterly installments. The loan payments commence on the 40th day of March, the 40th day of June, the 40th day of September, and the 40th day of December of each year. The interest is payable at a rate of 3% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed and outstanding. Mr. Speaker, this loan of $1.2 million, Mr. Speaker, is a loan from the Caribbean Development Fund for the Patience Community Water Supply Project, Mr. Speaker. Patience in Mico North, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Patience system, it feeds several communities: St. Mary, Patience, Lumba, Laho, Monrepo, Wen Development, Manikou, Poile, La Pointe, and Marguerite. Mr. Speaker, the present system is inadequate. It's inadequate. It cannot supply the people in these areas with water, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will allow the member from Mico North. What? I'd like the member of Mika North, Mr. Speaker, because he has been constantly knocking on the door to get this water product completed, Mr. Speaker. He's been constantly knocking on the door to get this water project, Mr. Speaker, because the people in this area are suffering because of lack of water, Mr. Speaker. They are suffering. They are suffering, Mr. Speaker. And the project includes the following: construction of a rubber wall intake on the main Fawn River, construction of a pumping station downstream of the intake, installation of a raw water pumping main to transport the water, construction and installation of a water treatment plant near the existing storage tank in Lumba, installation of a water storage tank, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the overall project costs 1.461,996 million, or 3.9 million EC dollars, Mr. Speaker. The government will contribute 17.7% of the cost, and the Caribbean Development Bank will contribute 82.3% of the cost, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government will work with WASCO, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the project happens, Mr. Speaker. A memorandum of understanding will be written with WASCO to repay the loan to the CDF under the given terms and conditions, and the amount owing to WASCO will offset against the loan, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this exchange agreement will ensure that the capital investment is done, the people of Patience will have a better water supply, and WASCO will not be overly indebted. This is what the exchange is all about, Mr. Speaker, because we understand and we know, Mr. Speaker, that the people of Miko North, and in terms of water, water is life, water is a necessity, Mr. Speaker. But you must ask yourself the question, why were these people in that condition for so long? I would not like to say anything more, Mr. Speaker, because I said water is life. But you must ask the question, why were these people under these conditions for so long, Mr. Speaker? Why? Huh? They helped, but it did not improve it. It was only temporary. It wasn't it wasn't what is happening now. You understand? They give some temporary relief, but the problem remains, right? So, Mr. Speaker, right now WASCO supplies the residents with potable water through water trucks. That is costly and inconvenient, Mr. Speaker. So this improvement, this capital improvement will improve the water supply, and I'll be pleased, Mr. Speaker, if members support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member of Castries South.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this House stands suspended until Friday morning at 10 a.m.
Members, before I put the adjournment, I wish to report that finally we have some movement on the Constitutional Reform Committee. We have received names from the Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition. There is an issue with one of the names given by the Leader of the Opposition, which he has agreed to rectify. So, Constitutional Review Committee will be sitting very soon. Let me wish everyone here, especially the member on the whose portfolio it falls, the member of Castries South, a happy St. Cecilia's Day tomorrow. And one final note, members. On Friday morning, I will rule on whether these proceedings shall continue to be carried live. I will make that ruling when we begin sitting on the live coverage of sittings at the preserve of the presiding officer. And if members are going to use it not to debate what is before them, but to make statements to people not in the chamber, I will have to stop the live proceedings. The recordings will continue, but I will make a ruling on Friday morning as to whether the live coverage of these proceedings will continue. Members, the question is that this House stands suspended until 10 in the forenoon on Friday, the 24th of November. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting suspended until Friday morning.
All right.
And welcome back. We have come to the conclusion of today's live sitting of Parliament, where there were substantive papers laid earlier during the day and a motion passed at the first half of today's sitting. This afternoon, when the House resumed at approximately 3:45, the substantive motion that was being discussed was a motion authorizing the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of $6 million loan from the African Export-Import Bank. The purpose of this loan is to finance the construction of social infrastructure, namely schools and other facilities which were damaged or destroyed by Tropical Storm Brett under an education rehabilitation climate-linked facility. During his presentation on the motion, the parliamentary rep for Dennery South, who is also the Minister of Education, gave great detail of the damage that some of the current schools the condition that some of the schools are in. He said that most of the schools that were selected for rehabilitation under this loan from the African Export Bank were built, some of them in the 70s, and they are really in a state of disrepair. Some of those schools included the Entrepot School, which he announced and gave details that they would be putting up a three-story structure to replace a block, which is actually very dangerous to the students and staff at the school. Also down for repair is the Grand Riviere Secondary School. That school, the Minister of Education gave details, would be transferred from a timber to concrete. Other schools, also the Grand Riviere School, would be repurposed for the government's TVET program. Also done for repair was the Auger Combined, the Pero Combined School, Reunion Choiseul, Plainview Combined School, the Vieux-Fort Comprehensive Secondary School, the Soufrière Comprehensive Secondary School. The Minister of Education also gave just a report card, if you will, of some of the government's achievements in education for the past 2 years, including the teachers' material assistance, for which the government provided $1,400 for teachers' material assistance. He spoke also of the pre-K centers, which are now being accommodated in some of the schools, to some of the schools currently with space. He spoke of the UniPass system for students who want to access university education. He also spoke of the first generation scholarship program that this government was undertaking to ensure that there is at least one university graduate per household in this country. The representative for Choiseul Salterbus, the Honorable Bradley Felix, he stood and gave his support to this motion. Earlier in the day, on the previous motion, which was presented by the Prime Minister, concerned the exemption or on it was resolved that the Parliament would exempt items, imports of personal items in the barrel concession, and of course that generated lots and lots of debate. The representative from Ekut South, the leader of the opposition, Honorable Alan Chasney, he had a very busy day in Parliament today and stood on several points of order and clarification. In his presentation, he had spoken of asking extension on the barrel concessions. Of course, that was denied by the members on the government side. He spoke on the health security levy. This was one issue which generated lots of discussion. And he said he felt it was onerous on the population and it was burdensome, to which the members responded that the minister and the Prime Minister did play a clip purporting the leader of the opposition discussing the need for his government at the time when the United Workers' Party was in power, on the need to institute a health insurance levy. And the Prime Minister did speak on the double standards that the minister, that the leader of the opposition was engaging in. Otherwise, there was a lot of discussion. Contributions came from the member from Labrie, the member from Castries South, the member from Castries Southeast, and also the member from Castries North, who gave his support also to the second motion, which was authorizing the Prime Minister to borrow some $6 million. So all in all, the House would continue. The House stand adjourned until Friday morning at 10 o'clock, by which time you could join us here at the National Television Network for continued coverage of the live proceedings. And we hope it will continue, because earlier we did hear the Speaker of the House say that he would give a ruling, which is within his jurisdiction, on whether the live proceedings of Parliament would continue. And his reason is that he was saying that people or members were not speaking to the House and the members therein, but would direct their debate or their conversation to people outside of the House. So we are hoping that the decision is that the live proceedings will continue. So all in all, we thank viewers for staying with us on this for the proceedings of the third session of the 12th Parliament of St. Lucia. On behalf of the entire team, on behalf of my co-host, Mr. Michael Gasper, and the technical team, my name is Virgil Leonti, and thank you so much for staying with us.